And once I get the link, I will post that in the chat window for y'all. Okay, and that's me drinking a Monster. I really wish I was sponsored by them. Okay, so is it Q&A or is there?
So I'm monitoring the Q&A window.
Got it. Okay, is there a way I can just message you by chance, or you guys, instead of to everybody?
Not that I'm aware.
All right.
So there's the chat feature is either to all the panelists or to all the participants.
Oh, I got it. So to all panelists and attendees instead of to all panelists. Okay, so
correct.
There is the YouTube link.
Got it.
And Alex, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so I'm going to post up a link so that you can get the archive of all of these videos. Okay.
Okay.
It's about 4 gigs. So as the backup. That's the one that I just sent after the YouTube one. And now let me go ahead and put this up on the YouTubes put it up on, well, let's put it up on our social media stuff and on the homepage.
Dan, I'm getting a 403 error.
A 403 error?
Yeah, on the archive.
As in?
Forbidden. Access is forbidden.
All right, try now.
Got it.
Look, we can do basic internet stuff. Yay. Have to give permissions properly. Okay. All right, so it looks like we're streaming live on the website. Which is good. And let's also just go share this on Facebook's. Everyone's muted.
Still here though.
Yeah.
Still here.
It's just so quiet.
All right. I like the logos. Nice.
Nice and fancy.
Yeah. Well done.
It's almost as if we kind of know what we're doing.
Planned it. Right. Almost. Almost.
Mira, did you send Mark his login information?
I will check.
What was that?
You mean Professor Mark?
Yes, Mark Tilden. I sent you his other email address.
We'll check. No.
Oh, do you mind sending him the infos, please,
Okay.
if possible?
Okay. Can I have
Thank you.
his email address? I mean,
Oh, okay. It's did you not get the one I sent you earlier today?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back to the chat window. Chat. It is this one is his non-super secret one.
okay.
Okay, let's go ahead, keep that muted, but we'll play this just so I can keep an eye on it. I have 2 people watching. Sweet.
2 people on YouTube.
Yeah, hi YouTube people. I don't know if I'm one of the people though.
You and Jermont.
There you go. And we have 21 participants at the moment. All right, so it's 9 o'clock. Do you think we should wait another 5 minutes or so to start, or should we just start right on time?
May as well start on time, right?
Yeah, sure. So hi everyone. Welcome to our workshop entitled Workshop on Future Trust in Robotics, Autonomous Systems, and Artificial Intelligence. This workshop is sponsored and organized by Office of Naval Research Global, the Air Force Office of Scientific Research, the Asia Office of Aerospace and Research and Development, and the U.S. Naval Research Lab. I'm Dan LaFaro. I'm one of the chairs. With us, we have Ben Knott. If you guys want to introduce yourself. And we have Jermont Chen and Laura Stackman. They're from ONR Global, AOARD, and AFOSR respectively, and I am from NRO. So the whole purpose of this is to really to have some really great talks today about trust in robotics and autonomous systems, but also to give you guys a chance to see what funding opportunities there are for non-US based researchers to work with US based researchers on these topics. So for this, Jermont, Ben, and Laura will each give a quick talk about what their organizations do and kind of what they're looking to fund in the next few years. So if you're ready, Laura, should we go over your presentation?
Sure.
So it should be up now.
All right, I'm having some green screen challenges, and I may just go ahead and turn that off just because it's not very pretty. But good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in and for the opportunity to speak with you. So I am the program officer from AFOSR, so the Air Force Office of Scientific Research, and my program is Trust and Influence. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the research more on the trust side than the influence, although if you have questions, I have a link at the bottom where you can get more information on not only the program, but I believe about 40 other programs that we have, as well as how that process works in terms of actually proposing and going through the funding process. So in terms of trust, and right here on the slide, you have a very short description. So the program right now is looking to fund really interesting novel proposals that will advance the basic science of human-centered and bidirectional trust. And what I have written here is that it's towards technology. The primary focus is human-machine teaming or human autonomy teaming. We have researchers that do human-robotic interaction, but I also included that because there's now a growth in areas like trustworthiness and AI, which is primarily from the AI side. And there may be some interesting research out there on how people trust AI or algorithms. And so that's kind of a very general overview of that. The specific research thrusts are really looking at kind of the social, cognitive, cultural processes, and there may be other processes as well that help better understand that human-centered and bidirectional trust. One of the other directions where the program is starting to move is starting to look at trust in heterogeneous distributed teams. So for example, sometime in the future, maybe there is somebody over in California who is working kind of virtually with a team member in London or a team member in Japan, and they're trying to do some type of collaborative work with a team of autonomous robots that are on the moon. So that type of heterogeneous distributed team, and then of course moving from there, teams of teams, the idea that, you know, that maybe we have that same team who then is doing some additional research, and they need to cooperate with another team and come together very quickly to perform that research, whether it's collecting rocks or soil samples, if we can use the word soil for the moon. And so really moving in that direction of what it's going to look like to have people working together with different autonomous agents, systems, robots, machines, what have you. The other area where the program is really looking to advance the science is in developing better models and theories and metrics. So trust, as you might realize, is the process, at least it is from the human side, where you have to establish trust, you have to maintain that trust, and then sometimes when that trust is broken, you have to repair it. And so there are some projects right now that are looking at developing new biometrics, everything from neural to physiological and other psychological, perhaps, metrics to better explain this idea of dynamic and evolving trust throughout that process. So those are the main areas of trust. I am also interested in exploring, and you can see at the diagram in the bottom that the plus sign fell off, but on the last image where it says trust influence, that was supposed to be trust plus influence. And what that is that in the research world for persuasive technologies, there are now wearables and other devices that try to influence people to change their behavior in some way, shape, or form. They're usually very pro-social. They're trying to have good outcomes for people, whether it's in health or some other domain. But at the same time, people have to trust those systems and they have to understand them. And so looking at that is something that I would also be very interested in considering. That is a very quick overview. Please, if you have questions, reach out to me. I have my email listed, so you are more than welcome to email. And I think I kept this a little bit short, but please let me know if you have questions. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning.
Great, thank you, Laura. These slides will also be posted on the website, so you guys can get them after all the presentations as well. Now, since we are scheduled, let's see, when are we scheduled to start our whole thing? We're scheduled to start at 9:15. So shall we go a little bit out of order and maybe have Ben talk about ONR Global and their funding opportunities? So let me go bring up your stuff.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Is my audio coming through okay?
Sounds good.
All right. If you're ready for me, I'll go ahead. So good morning, everyone. If you're in Japan, at least, and good afternoon to others. My name is Ben Knott. I'm a science director with U.S. Office of Naval Research Global, or ONRG. I want to thank everyone for joining the workshop. This topic has been of great personal interest to me for many years. As Laura knows, I've worked in this area in the past, and I think it's an important and exciting area for both basic science and also application technology development. I just want to briefly introduce my organization, say a few words about what we do and why we do it, and explain the tools that we use to build international partnerships. So ONRG is the international funding agency for basic research for the US Navy. The mission of ONRG is essentially to support basic research, communicate about our organizational goals, understand the international science and technology landscape, and build relationships that are beneficial to us and our partners. We essentially work to create opportunities for collaboration and advancement in fundamental research. Many people who work with the Department of Defense are surprised and don't understand why we fund basic research. They think of us more as a technology development organization. But of course, the DoD understands and appreciates that Building good fundamental understanding and the focus on fundamental research drives new technology advancements and future applications. And so it's important for us to invest in this area, and we do so significantly. We also understand, of course, that supporting or that the scientific process is collaborative, and it's important to be engaged with our international partners. And that is indeed the role of ONRG. It's to engage with the global community. If you can, okay, that's the right slide. So ONRG is part of a larger organization. We call this the Naval Research Enterprise. This enterprise manages and executes S&T portfolio for the Navy. Overall, it's comprised of ONR headquarters, that's in Arlington, Virginia, in the US, ONR Global, which is my organization, the international branch, and the Naval Research Laboratory, which is the internal laboratories for the Navy, and Dan is part of NRL. Overall, this is about 4,000 people across 23 locations with a budget of about 2.1 billion a year. Importantly, it also includes thousands of partners, mostly in universities and other research institutions across the globe. And for us, that's the important part, is managing those partnerships. The point here is that ONRG is part of this larger organization. We see ourselves as building, using funding opportunities to build bridges between universities, research institutions, the kind of institutions that you all are part of, and this NRE, our global network of scientists and technologists. Next slide, please. So to do this, we have several tools, and one of them is just maintaining a global presence and engagement with community. We have 7 offices to do this, so I think this shows our commitment to the international mission, excuse me. Our headquarters for global is in London. We also have offices in Prague, Santiago, Sao Paulo, Tokyo, and Singapore. And just last year, we opened a new office in Melbourne, Australia. This one is run by my colleague, Dr. Furukawa, who's also one of our autonomy technology leads. And so she might be an interesting contact for some of you. My office is in Tokyo, so I'm headquartered in downtown Tokyo. But overall, we have 25 science directors who are managing these international partnerships spread across these seven different offices. We see our mission as largely that of international talent scouts. We're out visiting with organizations, looking for good people with good ideas. And when we find good ideas that are aligned with some of our interests, and we find ways to support your ideas and support your work. And I'll show you how we do that. But overall, again, we're trying to build this global network of scientists and technologists and provide tools to facilitate international engagement. Next slide, please. So this next slide, yeah, okay. So just quickly to summarize, so the way I would summarize on our global mission is that we're investing in trusted partnerships, supporting and connecting science and technology leaders, and maintaining global awareness of the science and technology ecosystem. So this next slide shows the tools that we use to accomplish this mission. The first is just in-person visits. So we often contact institutions, we'll do lab visits, brief people on our interests, and just talk about ideas. We call these liaison visits. These open the door to our other funding mechanisms, which are listed below. And these are the Visiting Scientist Program, the Collaborative Science Program, and Basic Research Grants, which we call NICOPs. So the Collaborative Science Program is one we use to fund workshops and conferences. So we often fund many of the annual technical conferences that the participants in this workshop would attend, many of the ones that you would know. Also, if you are developing a new idea, trying to develop new collaborations in a particular technical area, we can fund more, smaller, more focused workshops. We use our CSP program to do that. Our VSPs, the Visiting Scientist Program, is a way to fund travel expenses for international scientists. We usually use this to fund travel from outside of the US to visit researchers within the US. So for instance, if you want to talk to a program manager at our headquarters, one of the other funding organizations, or develop collaborations with universities that are part of our network, we can help fund that to facilitate developing ideas and developing those collaborations. That's a pretty easy and very commonly used program. It's enough to cover all expenses associated with your travel, but we can also help connect you with people that you might be interested in talking to. The final part there are NICOPs. These are research grants. We think of them as seed funding. They tend to be modest in size, maybe 1 to 3 years, enough money to help you develop or mature an idea, but then in the process of doing the grant, we can help connect you to program managers like Laura back at headquarters, who can help develop those ideas into maybe a larger, longer term effort. And part of our goal is to implement these seed projects, grow them, and help you connect with people that will support longer term efforts for you. We can help you do that. The only requirements for these grants is that you publish in the open literature. Again, we're funding basic research. We want to see you participating with and contributing to your scientific discipline. And then we ask for annual reports. Sometimes there are opportunities to join our annual program reviews. And again, we can sometimes use VSPs to help support you in doing that. But those are really the only requirements. We like to see you publish and succeed. We don't put a lot of other constraints on your work. If you go to the last slide, I've posted my contact information. If you're interested in working with ONRG, I've included my own email address, but also a couple of links. One of those links will take you to a website that will explain a little bit more about our funding process and how you would apply for those funding resources. And another link will take you to a list of our science directors and the technical areas in which they work. And so if you want to talk to somebody about maybe doing a grant or a conference, you would look for somebody who's working in your technical area and make contact with that person, or you can reach out to me or one of the others and we can help direct you to the right place. Okay, I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you again. I'm really excited. I've been following this area of trust as it relates to advanced technologies for many years. And we have a very exciting lineup of speakers, and I'm really looking forward to hearing more. I'll also be participating in the conference throughout the week, and so if you need to reach out to me to chat, I'd be more than happy to do so. Okay.
Thank you, Ben.
How was that?
Wonderful. We'll probably have you do that again in the middle of all this. As Ben said, we have a really exciting lineup, and we're going to start off with one of my academic heroes, Hiroshi Ishiguro Sensei from Osaka University. He's best known for his Geminoid robot, which I've gotten to meet a few times. So he graduated from the University of Yamanashi, and then got his PhD at Osaka University, where he is now a professor, where he does all sorts of wonderful robotic stuff, and we all know and love him very much. And so I'm just going to start off his presentation so he can explain everything for you. So there we go, and we're going to move us this way.
Thank you for inviting me to this symposium. My name is Hiroshi Shiguro. I'm a professor of Osaka University and the visiting director of ATR Hiroshi Shiguro Laboratories. So my title is a Trust in Human-Robot Interaction. In the near future, we want to work with the robots, as you can see in these pictures. That future society is called human-robot symbiotic societies. In these human-robot symbiotic societies, we need to have good relationships with the robots. We need to trust each other. In order to realize that human-robot symbiotic societies, I have started my robot project in 2000. I have developed very human-like robot, which is called Android, and some other human-like robots. My basic approach is constructive science with intelligent systems. So past brain studies have found that human intelligence comprises elements of memories, computations, inference, learning, etc. The challenge is to identify how these elements can be put together for realizing human intelligence. The constructive approach will reconstruct robots and the androids to model humans, and use such robots and androids to study human macro-level or meta-level functions. If I simply say, we just create intelligent robots based on the knowledge in cognitive science and neuroscience, and we're gonna use that intelligent robots for verifying hypotheses in the cognitive science and neuroscience again. And if we get the better knowledge in the cognitive science and the neuroscience, we're gonna use that knowledge for improving the intelligent robots. So this is the constructive science. We call this approach the constructive approach. So this picture shows the progress of robot technologies and human sciences, the cognitive science with robots. So far, we've focused on the mechanics and manipulators and sensors, image understanding, and voice recognitions. We just focus on these fundamental elements. But after this, we need to study about the more meta-level or macro-level cognitive functions of the robot. Such as intelligence, embodiment, multimodal integrations, intention, desires, and consciousness, and social relationships with robots. And this is the roadmap for the robot development. So now we are creating the, for example, the language teacher robots and order taking robots at restaurants, which has the single human-like functions. Then we need to improve the robot more and more, and we hope to reach to the companion robots, which has the many human-like functions. And this is the science and development. Intelligence, embodiment, multimodal integration, these are fundamentals. If we can implement the intention desire to the robot will be very human-like, and we may feel the consciousness through the interaction with the robot, and we may have a much better relationships with the robot. And then we may develop the companion robot which can pass the multimodal Turing test. What multimodal Turing test is? So multimodal Turing test is a scientific and engineering goal. So it is to compare between the robots manipulated by human operators and the autonomous robots controlled by developed technologies. One of the important challenges is in intelligent robotics is to pass this multimodal Turing test. It evaluates the total human likeness through all of the modalities, and it evaluates social acceptance as a member of a society. So we are tackling to this multimodal Turing test by developing the more human-like robot. So far, we have developed these practical robots. We are running the many kind of field tests with these robots. So that is the overview of my research activities and some example of developed robots. Then I want to move on to the important question for this symposium. The question is, can we trust teleoperated robots? I have developed the several types of robots, that is from teleoperated robot to the fully autonomous robot. First question is for the teleoperated robots. Can we trust the teleoperated robots? So this is the teleoperated robots I have created many years ago, so probably the 15 years ago. It is called a Geminoid, and this is the operators, and the operator is watching the monitors and talking, and the computer analyzing the voice and generating a natural human-like movement to the robots. So actually the operation is quite easy, just talk, and then the operator could accept this Android body as his own body. Okay. And this is the applications of the teleoperated robots. I was using my copies, my Android for giving lectures in a laboratory, and the people could feel my presence. Okay. So question again: can we trust the teleoperated robots or Android? I think we can trust. So actually, it is easier for the operator to talk by using the Android or robots. And on the other hand, robots are easier for the people to talk to. So in my laboratories, when we did experiments with my Android, people could enjoy the conversations with the robots. But at the same times, we have another interesting questions. Can you trust the operators? The operator may not be the person who you expect. So you may be talking to the AI. So that is the possibilities. So in the video, it was fully operated robots, but we may replace that operations with AI. Okay. So I think this is a very interesting, important question for us right now. So next question is, can we trust the teleoperated robots used with our imaginations? Okay, so this is a robot called the Telenoid. Telenoid is a teleoperated robot based on the user's imagination. So the appearance is totally different from my Geminoid. Okay. And so this looks like a human, but we cannot say the genders and the age. Therefore, the user needs to use their own imaginations for talking to. But it is pretty good. Actually, these people, the elderly, they don't like to talk to the humans, the people. But and usually they don't talk so much, but they could talk a lot by using these robots. Teleoperated robots called. And we did, the experiment in many countries. So this is the example from Denmark, and we could encourage the conversations of elderlies by using this Telenoid robot. Right? Again, the question: can we trust the teleoperated robots used with our imaginations? Answer is yes. Telenoids are accepted by most elderly people. Elderly people speak more to the Telenoid than humans. This was a pretty good result. But however, on the other hand, they trust the Telenoid too much sometimes. Okay, they speak something secret to the Telenoid. So this is ethical dilemmas. So if a robot encourages the conversation too much, the people may speak some secret things. So we need to carefully think about this kind of the ethical dilemma. Next question is, can Android be listeners? Can we trust Android? Actually, we have
昨
developed
日みん
the
なで
attentive
ご飯を食べに
listening
行こうっていう
Android
話になって
with
で
Professor
どこに行こう
Kawahara
か
from
結構
Kyoto
迷っ
University.
たんですけど、結局、
Android hearing the
カレーを食
interlocutor's
べました。
thoughts and nodding and repeating some words.
大学のすぐ近くにあるイン
And
ドカレーです
he
ね。
could
ほん
speak
で、その後に
maybe
遊び
30
に行こうっていう
minutes to
話
the
になったんで
Android.
すけど、
So, question, can Android be listeners? Our answer is yes. Can we trust Android? I think some people can trust Android if Android has a function of attentive listening. Some people talk for about 30 minutes, and we know that Android doesn't understand the story. However, the Android acts as if they understand the story. The conversation is not about understanding each other, but about believing that we understand each other and talking. So we may accept Android as a conversational partner. Okay, move on to the next questions. Will conversations with two robots be easier to trust? So this is a very interesting example.
Hello.
We are robots called Commune. What's your name?
I'm Yumi.
I see. Let's get started. Is this the first time you're talking with a robot?
Yes, this is my first time.
Really? Are you nervous talking to a robot?
Not really.
We love to talk. It's so much fun to talk.
Actually, these robots, they're
Hey,
not
what's your favorite food?
Interlocutors.
I like ramen.
If
I
we
see.
use the tool, we can develop the interesting systems to continue the conversation without understanding, without voice recognition. Okay, so this robot asks a question to this robot, and this robot answers to this robot, and this robot will give the same question to the persons, humans, and humans say something, and this robot just say, "I see" or something. Just say the back channel, right? So that means that this robot does not need to understand the human's voice and human utterance. Okay, but this is a very important system to robustly continue the conversation. Okay. And in addition, so we can avoid the intention recognition also. Okay, so if we have two robots, for example, the robot asking the question to the humans, which is better, A or B? And if the human think, I think A, then this robot said, well, and then another robot will say, I think A too, right? So, so that means this robot agreed with the humans. But if human said, I think B, okay, and the robot said, well, and another robot will say, I think A too. Then in this case, this robot is agree to the robots. Okay, so this is the conversation without the intention recognitions. So if we use the two robots, we don't need to. The robot does not need to recognize the voice and does not recognize the intentions of interlocutors, but the robot can continue the conversations. This is a very robust. So this is just an example. By by using that very robust functions, in these systems, the two robots are talking with the person. Actually, we can continue the conversation very long time. The question was, will conversations with two robots be easier to trust? Yes. The conversation with the two robots does not fail, and you can talk to two robots while thinking that one of the two robots understands your stories. In the conversation with the multiple robots, it becomes easier to trust the robots. Probably the same thing happens for the humans. Okay, this is the more extreme case. If we use the 4 robots, usually, we trust the robots more. And if we use very human-like robots, like androids, and if we talk with the two androids, usually we trust the robot more. Okay, let's move on to the next questions. Can we trust the android by touch panel conversations? This was also the interesting research approaches in my lab. So this is the shopkeeper android in the department stores. She was selling the clothes to the visitors, and actually she could sold a lot of clothes. So this is the touch panel conversation systems. Okay, Android is speaking to the visitors, and the visitors is choosing the options and in answering to the questions. Actually, the computer is speaking to the Android. So visitor is just they are choosing the options, but this is enough for having the feeling of a conversation. Okay. This is an example of a touch panels. We have prepared the 4 options or 2 options like this. And this is the result. And this is the comparison of a sales amount and the number of customers with 25 human shopkeepers. Android score was not so bad. Sales amount was number of human shopkeepers. So question, can we trust the Android by touch panel conversations? The customer can talk with Android simply by selecting the options presented on the touch panel. And the customer can get a strong, sensible conversation with these systems. As a result, the Android was able to sell more than human shopkeepers. By making a decisions, selections, the customer accepts the story as his or her own stories. As a result, trust the Android. Move on to the next questions. Can we trust the Android that has intention desires? This is a kind of a very advanced questions. Okay. So this is the architecture of our Android. In a current project, we are focusing on the fully autonomous Android, which has the simple intention desires. We have implemented 2 types of desires for the Android. One is the personal desires, and the other is the social desires. Personal desire is desire for building relationships with others, and the social desire is for qualifying the relationships with others. So based on these social and personal desires, and Android will choose the intentions, and the intention will choose the behaviors and utterance. Okay. And this is an example. And this is a fully autonomous Android. This is not celebrated Android. Android is accessing to the database and choosing the proper topics to talk. And we are limiting situations for these conversations. So Android can talk to the persons who are coming to the laboratories in the first time. So this is a first contact situation. And Android cannot talk the deep things, but Android can have a casual conversation. Just talk about the weather and the time and the location, something like that. But the interlocutor can talk with Android more than 10 minutes, right? So I think this is the most advanced Android with the advanced human-like robots. Show you the inside of the Android. Android is controlling the several parameters, such as the mood and likeness. The blue graph shows the Android mood and likeness. Android are simulating these parameters, and the red graph shows the interlocutor's mood and likeness. So Android guessing the human's mood and likeness. And Android guessing the relationships with interlocutors. If relationships is getting better, Android will talk more, right? And Android may talk a kind of a personal things. This is another example. So interlocutor speaks very naturally, but Android answering to the questions and keeping the conversation. So the situation is limited and the topic is also limited. However, this system is very robust and interlocutors can enjoy the conversation with Android. So, again, the question is, can we trust the Android that has intention desires? So we can have a first meeting conversation with the Android. The Android that have intention desires can express emotions naturally and excite conversation. So we trust the Android according to the level of intelligence, I think. And we generally trust the Android more than humans. So, of course, this depends on the purpose and it depends on the situation. But I think it's easy to trust Android for us. I think in near futures, we're going to have a moral society led by robots. The robots' moral behaviors are programmable. So robots protect morals more than humans. I think this is true. When many robots that follow the morals work in society, the humans also follow the morals. It is necessary to design and propose norms and morals of the human-robot symbiotic societies. So this is a very important thing. Moral is not a matter for the discussions, but we need to propose the proper morals for our future societies. Now I'm running the JSPS new research field project. The title of the project is Communicative Intelligent Systems Toward a Human-Machines Symbiotic Societies. Here, we are working with lawyers and philosophers, social scientists, and their role is to propose the human-machine social norms. Okay. Based on these human-machine social norms, we engineers are designing the robot's internal states, and we are developing the robot conversational functions. So, and then we hope to develop this human-robot symbiotic society in the near future. So thank you for your attentions. I hope you could have a chance to think about the trust issues of interactive robots through my talk. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ishiguro Sensei. Now he could not be here to answer the question, to answer questions live for us. However, we do have a Slack channel. So if you're on the, so if you're a registered participant of the Ubiquitous Robotics conference, please go to our Slack channel. You can ask questions there. If you're here on Zoom, you can ask questions in the chat or the Q&A session. Or if you're watching the stream on YouTube, go ahead and put the questions in the comment or chat area there, and we will get back to you. Any of the speakers who are not live will write down the questions and then send them to them, and they'll return them later. If they are live, we will forward those questions and they'll answer those questions live. So now I'm going to ask Ben to introduce our next speaker. Are you ready, Ben?
Yes, I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Jurt de Visser. He currently serves as a technical director within the Department of Behavioral Sciences and Leadership at the United States Air Force Academy. He's also affiliated with George Mason University, Clemson University, and Drexel University. Dr. de Visser's research focuses on how to create effective human-robot teams by modeling, measuring, and designing relationships between people and artificial intelligence. Dr. de Visser received his PhD in human factors and applied experimental psychology from George Mason University and his BA in film studies from the University of North Carolina at Wilmington. Jurt has been a long time contributor to my former program in the US, and he was really one of the thought leaders and creative thinkers in that program. I've worked with Jurt for many years, and it's a pleasure for him to join the workshop. Over to you.
All right, so here we go again.
Hello, good morning. This is Jurt de Visser talking to you this morning in, I guess, on Kyoto, Japan time. Unfortunately, the conference is not there. I would have loved to be in Kyoto visiting, but due to, of course, global circumstances, we will have to do this virtually. I'm here in my beautiful virtual Hawaii, but actually I'm in Arlington. And today I want to talk to you about trust in self-driving cars, the use and disuse of automated parking with a Tesla Model X. And I think this will be some interesting new research that we have done recently. And I am here on behalf of the Warfighter Effectiveness Research Center that is located at the United States Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs. And this research center is part of the Department of Behavioral Science and Leadership. And its mission is to facilitate faculty and cadet research and design in the behavioral sciences through collaborative efforts to enhance warfighter effectiveness. And we have somewhat of a unique approach where we develop cadets through basic and applied capstone research that enables current and future warfighters. So we really do, applied research and try to educate cadets to make them future leaders and really do focus on human-machine teaming type of work. We have elaborate laboratory capabilities, including eye tracking, variety of physiological measurement technologies, flight simulators. We have virtual reality and mixed and augmented reality. We have a variety of social robots, as well as actual powered flights, outdoor environments. And as we also have a Tesla research vehicle. And that is what I'd like to talk to you about today. This is a research vehicle we specifically acquired to examine issues with autonomy. And so why do we want to do research with Tesla? Well, there's a couple of different reasons, specifically why it is important for the study of trust. And the first is that we need relevant measures of trust in quote unquote autonomy in the real world outside the lab. I mean, autonomy is a concept where, you know, a machine can do things independently from a human, and, you know, in a manner that is viable in a number of different environments, is self-governing and independent. But such, you know, such capabilities are still fairly unique. And when we talk about autonomy, often people talk about automated capabilities. So where only certain tasks or part of the task is executed by a machine. But what is needed is measures of trust with such real autonomy outside the lab, because a lot of these measures have been developed inside the lab. And so such things might change, especially with regards to the concept of vulnerability. So trust has been defined as the attitude that you are willing to rely on an agent in a situation characterized by uncertainty and vulnerability. But what, you know, the vulnerability piece of trust is often neglected or kind of like approximated, but you could, you know, pose some questions to this and say, is that valid? Like researchers have tried to raise the stakes by giving participants money, or like time limits, or you know, credit. But does that really simulate a costly or potentially dangerous situation where the real trust attitude of a person will emerge? And so with our Tesla vehicle, where you're actually in a car and where you actually are doing the tasks that you would do in a car, we think we can potentially better approach this vulnerability and get some more realistic trust behaviors. Other researchers, like for instance, Alan Wagner has done this by simulating effectively a fire where people also follow a robot. So it's along this vein of trying to really you know, approximate vulnerability of trust. The last part is that we need to evaluate state-of-the-art commercially available autonomy, and that is kind of like really nicely packaged in the Tesla. And that's important because the autonomy by itself is a concept that kind of changes. So what does it mean for the Tesla? Well, it is on a regular basis receiving software updates. So this machine is changing by every update you put it through, and hopefully getting more intelligent, smarter, and more capable. And so it is important to kind of evaluate what is the state of the art with that respect, and Tesla is a reasonable approximation. Before this, it was aviation, and of course there are other capabilities like cyber weapons and all kinds of other types of autonomy. But this is a nice kind of case study where we're dealing with a challenging you know, environment like the roads. It's not like the air. And a piece of technology that is changing. So very, very real approximation of what this might be in the future and in other domains. So that's why it's exciting. That's why we chose it, and that's why we think it's valuable. So, but not everyone agrees. Recently last year in a podcast, a researcher, very similar human factors researcher, Lex Friedman, had Elon Musk on his show and wanted to ask him, he's been doing a lot of vigilance research, and he wanted to ask him about, you know, the human psychology, about behavior and so on. And Elon Musk countered by saying it's moot, it's totally moot. And that's kind of surprising. I mean, Elon Musk says a lot of things, but and he also contradicts himself on this point. But I thought that was sort of a very interesting stopping you know, point or comment, because, you know, I'm not sure if this is really true. And for an example, we can look at this video.
For Tesla, the ride of the future may have just hit a pothole.
Oh.
This morning, videos of the car company's autonomous feature failing and fueling online criticism.
Geez, what's the deal?
Tesla's Smart Summon promises to allow your car to drive to you or a location of your choosing from 200 feet away, with no one behind the wheel as long as the car is in sight. Eager drivers summoning their cars in public parking lots against recommendations, with motorists shocked by near misses, costly clips, and potentially dangerous crashes.
With the touch of a button, the car should be able to pull out of a parking spot, stop if necessary, avoid all obstacles, and pull up right next to you.
But with startled pedestrians chasing after empty vehicles,
it's okay.
Tesla's latest cutting-edge software is driving concern into high gear again. Alarming videos continue to surface of motorists apparently in autopilot, asleep behind the wheel of speeding vehicles from Massachusetts to California. With Tesla imploring drivers in autopilot to follow the rules of the road, for those using Smart Summon, the company says you are still responsible for your car and must monitor it and its surroundings at all times. But with some drivers having to pump the brakes on the new feature, Tesla is already on a bumpy road.
We reached out to Tesla for comment, but Tesla did not respond. And it's important to point out that Tesla's Smart Summon is a beta feature, meaning the software is still technically not finished and can still be refined over time.
Wait, what?
Yep.
So it's in beta, but people, like anyone can do it? Still?
It's being downloaded by anyone who has the self-driving software. It's a pretty cool feature. I mean, you literally push your iPhone, you hold a button in the Tesla app, and the car will come to you. But as we've seen, there have been issues, guys.
Yeah, because your legs have stopped working. You can't walk 200 feet to a parking space.
Yeah, so so this perfectly, I mean, it shows a range of issues, but this was specifically to the summon feature and related to also parking. So that's why I wanted to highlight it, but they gave some good coverage of some other issues as well. And so what this comes down to is the issue of calibrating trust and autonomy. And of course, I mentioned the trust definition before, but what trust calibration is the idea that the attitude of trust, your willingness to, accept or to an agent's help to achieve your goals, should match the autonomous trustworthiness, or the ability to perform its task and do that in a with a reasonable process as well as a good purpose. But it's trustworthiness basically. It's how good it if it deserves the trust. And so if the trust that you put into it matches the trust that it deserves, the trustworthiness, then we call that calibrated trust. But if you trust it more than what you think it deserves, we call that overtrust. So that's what you saw in the clips, this idea that people think it is much more capable than it actually is. And that can lead to misuse, so people running after their car or, sleeping even, while they should be paying attention. Or it can lead to distrust, so you actually have lower trust than the system deserves. And that could lead to disuse, so that could be the cry wolf effect or the false alarm effect. And so the idea is, how can we bring people to the calibrated trust area so overtrust, in the overtrust state, trust should be dampened, and in the distrust state, it should be repaired. Or if it's specific to a feature, those activities should be taken. We recently outlined this in a more comprehensive paper, but that's the general idea, Of course, this is the idea of overtrust or complacency has been documented with regards to the Tesla in a well reported on accident where a person relied on the Tesla autopilot but slammed into a white truck that was turning. And so recently researchers in our field have looked at the complacency issue and have similarly found that people rely on it a lot and try to do other things while they are recommended to pay attention. But there's also other issues like mode errors, mode confusion. People don't know what the vehicle is doing and don't know what mode it is in. So those are some specific issues where there's more trust than maybe what the vehicle deserves. So when we first received the vehicle, we actually, tested all the features for research purposes, and we tried, or I initially tried to park it, and a fellow researcher as well, but we were afraid to actually use it because we had no idea what the auto park was going to do. I sort of roughly had an idea, but I didn't know. And it was very intimidating because you're like, well, is it going to hit something? I don't know. So some of us didn't even, I didn't dare to use it. And other people, intervened a lot. So this idea is that perhaps there are features of the Tesla that people don't trust at all. And we actually had Eric Schmidt from previous Google chairman visit our lab, and now he's part of the Defense Science Board. But he came to visit our group, and we showed him some of this research, and he was like, "Yeah, I own a Tesla, and I've never used the auto park feature before, so I'm kind of interested to see what you guys have done." But he said, yeah, I know Elon Musk very well, and I just don't trust him on this issue. So I thought that was really funny to hear that from him. But so we actually designed a research program around this. And the way auto park works, at least for the perpendicular condition where you park at a 90-degree angle, you kind of cruise along the parking area until you find a spot and then stop. And then if the vehicle detects the spot, there will be a parking symbol that comes on the dashboard. And then you can hit the start button. And then the vehicle in the perpendicular situation where it tries to get into the 90-degree situation starts to back in stage one. It just goes sort of back. Then it pulls forward, and then it moves back in. And that's how it completes the auto park. So we wanted to know, we wanted to develop some measures of trust in this capability, particularly focused on intervention to see if they would allow it to do it. We also wanted to see how long it takes to park, and we also examined some eye tracking behavior as well to see where attention would go. And so to give you an idea of what that looks like, I have a video that shows the exact process. So you can see the circle that indicates their eye fixations. That's the eye tracker. And there you can see the setup of trash cans. We used to do that initially, but now we do cars. It has the same effect. So you kind of cruise by like this at 5 miles an hour. Then you stop the car. There you go. And then the P comes up on the dashboard.
Okay. I don't know if I did. Okay.
It's all good.
And then she hits the start button, sorry, something. And then the vehicle goes back in there, then pulls back out like this. You can see where she's kind of looking, like a little bit to the steering wheel, then back to the center display, and then it moves back in there.
Beautimus.
And that's it.
Okay.
Okay. So, all right. So you can kind of get an idea of what that's like. So when we first did this and we ran a few participants, we got 0 interventions, and we're like, what? How is that possible? We were really terrified of parking this thing. How is that possible? And but then I actually had more conversations with my postdoc at the time, Nathan Tenenfeld, who is now a professor at Alabama. And I was like, so how do you go through the protocol? And he said, yeah, I first demonstrate how the auto park works, then we switch seat, and then the participants does it, or the cadets will do it. I was like, what? You're demonstrating it? He's like, yeah. So I'm like, well, I didn't have a demonstration, when I tried to park it, so that's the difference. Like, I had no information. So that was actually cool because I was like, okay, let's rerun the thing, but now we give them zero information about the autonomy, let's just have them do it. And then we found some interesting results. So you can see on the x-axis the trial here, the number of trials they did. They did 5 trials of parking, and on the y-axis you see the proportion of trials that resulted in the outcome that I'm mentioning here. So the first measure is auto park engage. So that's when the Tesla actually detects the parking spot. And so you can see it is fairly reliable, around 90%, but there is about a 10% error there in detecting it. And so not perfect. Excuse me. Here you can see the successful auto park went up as the trials went by, and the inverse of that I plotted here is the failed auto park. So failure was actually 60% of the trials, which is fairly high, but over time it went down. And that was actually driven by the number of driver interventions. So people actually pressed the brake, and that ended the trial. But over time they got used to it, and they they intervened less, which increased the parking success. Now the vehicle intervention, sometimes the vehicle would stop the park as well, and then end the trial accordingly. So sometimes it was the driver, sometimes it was the vehicle. But this was more in line with what we had expected to find. If you have no information about the autonomy, you're going to run into some unexpected situations. So, but then we actually tested the info versus demo. So we gave the person we told them a little bit about the auto park, or we gave them a demonstration and then compared it. So if you look at the successful parking rate trials, with the demonstration, they are much more successful than the information. And then in the first park, in the last park, it sort of evens out. These are not different. And that's mostly driven, as you can see on the right, by the number of interventions, which are a lot lower in the demonstration situation. So really the familiarity they have with the car or the automation is key here in terms of calibrating your trust. So intervention here could be used as a measure of distrust, or intervention. And the previous work we published in Human Factors, the previous kind of slide, and this one we published in Journal Cognitive Engineering and Decision Making. We also examined intervention distance as a measure of distrust. So the idea was of course the people who intervened distrusted more, but then how much do they distrust it? So the idea was the later they, or the earlier they hit the brake and the more distance they have, the more they distrust it. So we wanted to examine that. So you can see here on the right, there's the Tesla with the, and on the left, there's the parking spot. And then we drew an imaginary line here for 30 inches. And actually the Tesla reported how far it was from the anchoring spot. And so, remember how it goes back in and then pulls back out. So at 11 inches, Tesla would pull out and start stage 2. So you can see from the black dots here, this is where people typically intervened. So you can see it clusters around 15 to 16 inches, which incidentally is read recently a report in the Proceedings of Human Factors that 16 inches is the about preferred distance that people want to have between cars, and also their automated parking to pull away. So this is kind of a convenience thing as well, or preference thing in general. So, but if you look at this by the 11 drivers that intervened, so that on the x-axis I plotted those, and then the red dotted line is again the distances at which the Tesla pulls forward, and on the y-axis is the full distance from 10 to 13. So the idea is that the higher you are, the more the earlier you intervene, the more distrust you have. So you can see that I plotted here the first time they intervened, with the person on the left being the most distrusting, on the right the least distrusting, from the interveners at least. And then you can see the second time they intervened, they were a lot closer. So they're getting used to it, except for number 6. He's messing up my data here. But most of the people were closer, and you could use that as an indication of less distrust, And then some people kept intervening, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7. Number 1 was really not having it, and didn't trust it at all. So yeah, I think this chart shows the individual behaviors that you can see and how people trust it. We also wanted to make sure that what we are assessing is actually trust. So we took self-reported measures of trust, and we regressed driver intervention, self-confidence, risk-taking, and the perceived errors onto them. And what we found was significant predictors were risk-taking. So this was an individual difference, which is the higher risk takers, the lower they trusted it. That was negatively related, and the driver interventions was also negatively related. So the more, the less they trusted it, the more they intervened. So it really is a distrust measure. But you could say, well, this is all good, but the perpendicular situation is a bit odd. And what about parallel park? Wasn't this parking feature designed to help me with parallel park, which is a lot more difficult? And that could be a real benefit here for the Tesla parking in the tight spots where, maybe I would have more problems parking and getting it in one try, So there we wanted to do a follow-up. And the second study, we looked at kind of situation-specific trust, but looking at the perpendicular car where you go 90 degrees into a parking spot versus parallel where you back in to the side, And then we predicted there might be benefits in, in the perpendicular, we thought that people could park themselves better. And we also wanted to evaluate that choice, whether they backed in or whether they front parked, because that's part of the strategy. But in the parallel, we thought maybe the auto would be better, or at least as good as the person. And so maybe they would be faster, but they may also be more efficient, as well as in general reducing workload and being more efficient. So we wanted to test that, and so we did. We looked first at automated parking performance. So you look at the manual here, perpendicular, parallel, and the auto, perpendicular and parallel. And so in the manual, what was striking is that they were all successful, but they're all front parked. Not a real surprise, we expected that. And the parallel, they backed in, but they were also mostly successful. With the auto engagement rate for the perpendicular was at 80%, so a little lower than what we had in the previous study. But the successful parking rate was only 60%, so a lot of misfires. That could have been, that was partly due to the auto and maybe also the person. So the total success rate, so only from the engaged auto trial where the parking was actually begun, so all attempted trials, only 50% were successful, which is quite dramatic. That's not great at all. And there was a significant driver intervention rate there, 34%, as well as some vehicle intervention. And then for parallel, I'm skewing myself here with the video, but auto engage rate with the parallel was reduced there, but the successful park rate was higher. And then total success rate was a little higher too, with 62%. But still, I mean, 50 to 60% for parking, it's quite low in my view. If you look at some of the performance measures, so parking duration, you can again see that in the perpendicular situation, the auto took much longer time than the manual. But that is mainly because the manual parkers, or the people, I mean, this was within subjects, but basically when they did it themselves, they front park, so they're a lot faster. That's why I'm marking it, because you could argue, well, that's comparing apples to oranges, but I wanted to evaluate their strategy as well as their performance. In the parallel, you can see it sort of evens out. They're about the same. Gear shifts, so the auto is a little bit more efficient in terms of gear shifts than the manual and the parallel, but a lot because of the backing in the perpendicular, that's not the case. And then workload was reduced in the parallel to some extent, but not so much in the perpendicular. So you can kind of see mixed results here. Some indication that in parallel was a little bit beneficial, but not so much in perpendicular. And we published that also, some results like this in Seeds, and we're writing up some of the future results. The trust and self-confidence kind of came out as expected. So people were more self-confident in parking perpendicular, but less so in parallel. And the auto kind of won out here in terms of trust in the parallel, but not so much in the perpendicular. So here you can kind of see that trade-off, that we were trying to get at, where really it looks like the auto park is much more suited for the parallel as it was probably designed. We also looked at eye tracking behavior. So we wanted to look at that as an indicator of trust. Some people have used that, looking away or verifying as indications of trust or distrust. So we want to see how that applied here, looking at fixation time, fixation counts, and dwell time, etc. So the regions of interest were, as I shown before, the center display as well as the dashboard. And so here you can see an example of what that looks like. The video kind of showed also what that looked like, and that people were very focused on the center display because mainly that shows the video there going back. So that makes sense. But here you can kind of see something interesting thing. So the center display was the main focus, and it was very high for the perpendicular auto park, again, because it was, I think people were just very surprised by the way it was backing in so close to another vehicle. And so they were concerned, they were monitoring it a lot, and some even intervened. You see in the parallel, it sort of becomes different, still a little higher for auto, but much less than the perpendicular situation. So you can also see manually, there's a lot more fixation on those screens, presumably because they're doing a lot more themselves. We also looked at some exploratory head movement analysis to see if what the patterns were there. We kind of mimicked this in terms of fixation or eye tracking analysis. And so what we found here is head turn magnitude, so the horizontal going left and right, kind of mimicked the results we saw previously. So a lot more like that going on the perpendicular for the auto, and a lot less going on for that for the parallel, and much more for the manual. So you can see that kind of mimics what we've seen before. We also looked at head nods like this going in, so people presumably look out and then back into the displays. And for some reason that was a lot higher for manual parking compared to auto parking. Not exactly sure why. Maybe people are just doing a lot more looking around in their screens for manual parking, especially for parallel, where they have to really see what's going on. Well, that's the horizontal, not the yaw. So yeah, that's something I am not exactly sure about, but kind of interesting to see here. Then you could finally comment and say, well, that's all good and well, but this idea of repeated parking, and these very manicured situations, that's not how real life is. For instance, people would actually own the car and, might be willing to try things out more or be more familiar with it. And what about real traffic conditions, like with somebody being behind you, would you still use it, etc. The situation we did in a nice quiet parking lot might not be the real situation. So to address that concern, we actually did a quick survey with car owners, and we looked at 91 participants. We recruited 113, but for analysis, we could only keep 91. And most of those, about 81, I think, had a Tesla. Others also had the auto park feature, but a different brand. But what was interesting is that 20% never used their parking feature before. So I thought that was quite striking. And the other 80% did not use auto park often. So on a scale from 1 to 7, it was about 2.84. And they also used perpendicular much less, 2.41, than parallel. So that matches our results pretty well because we have an explanation of why this doesn't work very well. And then for reasons for not using, when we asked them what are the reasons for not using the automated parking features, the most prominent ones were the system is faulty, I am better, we saw that too, and the system is too slow, you know, so we saw that as well. So our results pretty well map to what we found with real car orders. So we have some evidence for generalizability, which is nice. So in terms of the discussion, you know, the conclusion is that the auto park features are not that useful yet. They may in the future. Maybe, you know, you get out of your car, you press a button and the thing can just do it on its own perfectly, but we're not quite there yet. So, you know, I'm optimistic that that might happen, but as it is now, it isn't the case. So besides being just not always reliable, automation behavior is not aligned with human behavior or expectations, you know? Like we tend to, it looks like it's violating some of the distance ideas with the perpendicular park in particular. And so that's an important design principle that we have to adhere to, you know, that could help better calibrate trust. The other thing is that automation fundamentally changes the task. It doesn't necessarily alleviate it. Even in the parallel conditions, there were still a lot of monitoring of the automation. So it is, and it's the same case with auto driving. You're supposed to hold the hands on the wheel. That's in all the recommendations. So it's not like you just sit back and play a game of chess or sit on your phone or whatever. It really is, they're expecting you to monitor, which can make the driving experience even more demanding, you know, not necessarily. So right now, these auto features are cool, but they are not necessarily as useful. So some of the conclusions, you know, in my opinion, I think it is important to evaluate the imperfect automated features as they exist right now. So exactly what we did to just get a sense of how far we've come. Because oftentimes the people who sometimes make these cars, they will talk about the future state. They're like, oh, it's moot. It's irrelevant now to talk about it because it will be a machine later on. But it isn't right now. So, you know, that's what we have to assess, because the key is we are now in an unprecedented area where you can just release a software bug, even a software release, even a beta version, and suddenly everybody has it, bugs and all, you know? So that creates an unprecedented situation for good as well, because, I mean, you can update and correct things as well quickly. So I think in general, it's a good process, but it is very new, like autonomy in the sense that, you know, something unexpected is part of a software design process that kind of gets tested out in the real world. Is a little different for your car than Microsoft Word sending an update, you know? It's just different, you know, and much more consequential potentially. So what is also important here is that we distinguish in the study between component-specific trust profiles, so parking versus driving. I mean, we didn't just driving, we'll do that later. But, you know, you could overtrust the driving feature and distrust the parking feature, all in the same car. And so it's important to distinguish the component-specific trust versus this idea of system-wide trust, you know? And then also situation-specific trust, so how the feature works in one situation perpendicular versus parallel, you know? This kind of an analogy, I mean, for driving, it would be on a rough road versus a smooth road, or a busy road versus a quiet road. I mean, those are important things because, okay, sorry, that's another thing that was turned on. Yeah, so that's why that's important. Then finally, we showed some objective measurement of trust using eye tracking, potentially head tracking, as well as interventions and behavior, and correlated them to trust, subjective trust. So that's feasible and useful, you know, because you could see from people's behavior what they do. And then, of course, trust is determined by performance and transparency of autonomy, both, as well as a host of other things. So that concludes this part of the talk. future directions that we're going into, in case you're interested, we will assess trust in autopilot driving on the base. We have gone through the IRB. They're a little concerned, but basically we will drive like this on the base, and we're near approval, basically. We also want to compare trust in a simulation to trust in real driving. We said this by analogy in the beginning, but we actually want to test it to see if we get different results. Maybe they're similar, but I expect them to be somewhat different. And then we also want to evaluate potentially transparency and trust repair interventions in the future. So that's kind of the Tesla program. And before I leave you today, if you're still interested, there are 2 other projects that I'll briefly touch on that are related to trust that we've also worked on in this lab. One is called the chopped testbed that we developed called Cooking with Humans and Autonomy and Overcooked 2 for studying performance and teaming. This idea is based on the idea that can you create an adaptive teammate that you can trust that can sort of adapt to the human processes that happen. And we use the game Overcooked because it demands that you coordinate very closely and that you communicate very closely with your teammate. So we wanted to see if you introduce an AI agent, will people still be able to do that? So we did some evaluation there and published some recent results on it. So it's an interesting kind of test bed. The other trust-related item is long-term bonding with robots and measuring oxytocin. And here we are looking at how trust develops over time. You can see that in the upper left corner. That hasn't necessarily been studied for a long time. And how trust kind of develops from one stage to another with machines, and how do those relationships develop over time. We're also using oxytocin as a measurement for one robotic system, the Pepper. But we recently did an evaluation with IBO as well to see how people respond, and you can sort of see that in the left corner how they socially responded, how they petted, how they interacted with it. And so the study of the longer-term bonding and more deeper trust, as also measured by oxytocin, is something we are looking into. So thank you for your attention. It was my pleasure to present to you, and I hope to be able to answer any questions you might have. Thank you so much.
Yay. Thank you very much, sir, for your talk. While you get on the line, let me just reiterate, you can ask questions on the Slack channel, and we'll repeat them to the speakers. You can ask them in the Q&A area of Zoom, as well as the chat area of Zoom, and we'll repeat them, or on the YouTube channel, and you can ask them. So are you available at the moment?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. So yes, hi, as you know, Dan LaFaro, U.S. Naval Research Labs. And so I like that with your parallel parking test, you compared it against humans' capabilities. However, I was wondering, how large are the parking spots in percentage of car length that those spots are that you tested on?
I mean, it was a full car length with a little bit of extra space. I mean,
so like 1% extra, 0.5%, or like 10%?
I mean, we designed it to be somewhat challenging, so there wasn't a lot of extra space. I mean, I can send the exact figures and the setup, but yeah, it was. We tried to make it that there was not a lot of extra room.
Okay, that's good, because a lot of the experiments, at least with the parallel parking ones I've seen in the past, were a relatively large space for parallel parking, one that you would not actually see in a city environment. Maybe in a suburb environment where they have specific spots, but not in a city environment. Yeah, so I was just wondering about that.
Yeah, no, but that's an important thing, because that kind of determines the difficulty. So yeah, that's an important factor, and yeah, we tried to pick one that was difficult to make it kind of to make it a true comparison between, does the automation do that better versus the human, But you're right, there are other situations like traffic, maybe even tighter spots that all would factor into, that would change these outcomes a bit. So yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that that there was less than 50%, sorry, around a 60% success rate for humans for parallel parking.
Well, no, for parallel parking, it was close to 100%. There's that chart on the left that shows that most of them actually were successful. It was the auto park that was not as successful.
Oh, okay. I still expected the humans to be a lot higher since it's kind of our test to actually get a driver's license.
Yeah. No, they were actually. This round, the amount of failures was a lot higher. So for the auto park, so that was a bit, a little bit surprising. Yeah.
Do we have any other questions?
Hi, this is Jermon from AORD. I have a quick question. So you have all this data on the trust in the Tesla autopilot system or auto parking system. I mean, I know you have a lot of data associated with the cadets. Is there a correlation between, the GPA, if they're an athlete, the military performance in trust as a baseline, or is that something that you haven't looked at?
You mean just to make sure I understand your question, you mean their intelligence or their educational capability, or?
No, I mean, is there a correlation between how much they trust the system as how much they trust something else? And is there a way to measure that beforehand? Like
yes.
You have some people that are very, very trusting, and then you have some that are skeptical of everything.
Right.
I mean, is there some sort of measurement that you can use?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's of course there's a variety of dispositional trust measures, such as the trust propensity measure. There's the complacency potential measure that's older. There's now the perfect schema questionnaire, as well as the all or not. It's the perfect schema questionnaire that looks at all or nothing thinking or perfect schema. So there's a variety of specific trust questionnaires that are in circulation that look at the individual differences. We focused in this study on actually their risk-taking behavior, which we measured by the balloon task, which basically measures how often you pump up a balloon and then when it snaps, So that is a kind of a behavioral measure of risk, which we liked, and we correlated that with subjective trust and driver interventions, and that was was negatively correlated. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for the someone that wants to see the slide on overcooked study. Do you happen to remember
That's at the very end.
The very end.
Yeah. So one slide after this. Yeah, this one.
There we go. Okay. So hopefully that'll that is up. So hopefully they'll have a question with that. Ben, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. This is Ben Knott with ONRG. How you are?
Hi.
I thought it was interesting that you're using eye tracking in real time there. I didn't quite catch some of the data, but do you think there are markers in the eye tracking data that would be useful for measuring trust or distrust in real time in a way that could be useful for guiding autonomous systems to be responsive to dynamic changes in trust?
Yeah, that's a good question. Absolutely. I think I would caution this by making sure that, raw eye tracking movements, they can mean a lot of different things. So I would say within the context of this experiment, where I know where they're looking at and where I have very specific areas of interest defined, I can now take, for instance, the center display where I know they're looking at the back camera. You could use that as a proxy for verification behavior. And that in the past has been shown to indicate caution, potentially distrust. whereas looking away would indicate maybe more trust. But so there are some studies that have indicated this, and within the context of this experiment, I would say that could be true. I actually have to, we're writing this up, we have to correlate this with actual trust data, which may be the case, but it is a potential way to do it. Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from anyone? If not, I'll just ask one last quick question because I'm always curious about this. We're in the district, so we get to go to all these fun workshops on policy making with AI. I'm wondering what your thoughts on having a driver's license for an autonomous vehicle where they have to do a physical test with a physical human, just like a 16-year-old would have to do in a car that has 2 brake pedals.
Yeah, I actually love this question. I absolutely think yes. There have been several proposals out there in the literature where people say we need to do specific licensing. But if you look at, I actually have the data to back this up. If you look at the familiarity versus just information study, you can see how much more calibrated they are, or the less they intervene, the more they actually understand the system. So I think there's a need for special licensing. Also, given the fact that the system is constantly changing, like one update and it's changing. So I think we're dealing with something that is not a normal car. It's an intelligent machine, and I think that people need to be aware of that. So I would 100% support this kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, wonderful. Thank you very much for.
Oh, so there's one question.
Yes.
Alan, I just gave you permission to go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Hi. Thanks for the talk. I was really curious about the Overcooked 2, the chop test bed. I was curious as to whether the players adapted to what they understood the agent to be able to do, or the agents were able to adopt to the strategies that the players do in the Confederate teams, and how many times they were playing with each other for them to learn what the other was able to do.
Well, actually, so I may have not indicated this properly, but we did not. So we had a Confederate player. We did the co-located. So that's what you're seeing together, where you're actually just playing the game. We have not done it with the remote one. That's we were in the middle of testing this spring semester, and then we didn't get to do that. So that's something we want to kind of test and see if the communication behavior and strategies will differ between AI agents versus human players. But in this initial we at least could quantify the different measures of performance and team performance and indicate that a participant was either performing at a certain level versus a Confederate. And so we hope to take those measures and apply them to human AI type teaming.
Awesome, thank you. I'll be following this work.
Cool, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much again for your presentation and for your responses.
Yeah, thank you.
So let's go right ahead into our next talk, so we can stay on time. This will be from David Hansen of Hansen Robotics. So David holds multiple patents on skin-like replicated skin polymers. So basically things that move just like skin does. He does biomimetic style actuation for the skin. So it really makes the robots look more lifelike. My first experiences with him was with the Albert Hubo robot, where he put a Albert Einstein head on top of our Hubo robots. And he's most recently famous for the Sophia robot, which is one of the world's most lifelike looking humanoids. And let's start his presentation. So thanks again to David for giving us this presentation.
Hi, I'm David Hansen, the founder of Hansen Robotics. We make robots that look extremely lifelike. We work to make these robots so that we can bring them into people's lives to interact with people in therapeutic applications, entertainment, in retail, and as a new kind of science fiction art form that is a renaissance, bringing together classical art techniques, animation, interactive fiction, and AI and robotics, using AI and robotics as a storytelling medium, as well as using this kind of practice of making human-like robots to humanize the technology, facilitate new research into these areas, and helpful real-world applications. Hansen Robotics makes robots like the Sophia robot, and also the Bina 48 robot, the android portrait of science fiction writer Philip K. Dick, the walking Albert Einstein Hubo robot, our little Xeno robot, and many other robots. I feel that to facilitate trust with users, to make AI that can understand the human condition, we need the right kind of relationship with our machines, a kind of machine-human symbiosis. This intersection of fundamental research into artificial life and computing, hardware technologies, artistry, and the artistic deployment of these applications, I think creates a kind of co-evolution with our machines, converging on human-like social intelligence in the machines. Humans are intelligent by interacting face-to-face. And when we're face-to-face, we're better. We are eusocial creatures. We are smart together, smarter together. And now technologies can accentuate this through telepresence. Like currently, we're having effectively a face-to-face interaction, and I'm not physically present with you. However, the kind of screen-based intermediation of face-to-face interactions is not as effective as a full, immersive, three-dimensional presence of a social entity like a social robot. So making robots into these kinds of animated characters can facilitate a more engaging, natural experience interfacing with our modern AI and other technologies. The issues, of course, with our modern technologies is it can effectively hack the human nervous system for good or for ill or evil. So deep fakes can be used for manipulating people. You can break the human trust in various ways. The hacking of data sets is a major issue. It's, never a year that goes by that you don't find out that people's personal data was compromised in one way or another. And so technologies of trust have to keep a pace. We need to outpace the possible damaging, trust-breaking applications of these technologies. So on the topic of trust, we would be looking at issues of legal trust, regulatory trust, trust of data and privacy, but also the trust of empowering people creatively, the trust of transparency, as well as the trust of privacy, the trust of creativity, as well as the trust of regulatory controls. So these are paradoxes of trust that we have to contend with in any system that we develop for making these technologies as valuable as possible, making AI and robotics into technologies of good. We also have to look at issues of the contradictions of the power of fiction and the value that fiction can bring to our lives, we get a lot of value from the fiction of novels. Children grow from children's literature. We grow from deep and immersive narrative experiences. There's a kind of truth that can be accessed through fiction that may not be accessed through mere nonfiction or complementarily developed this way, the truth of a good story. But we also need to be able to know what's a story and what's not a story, to be able to tease apart fact from fiction. And when people use technologies of fiction in ways that are manipulative, that hurt people, we call that fraud. So there can also be an overreaction where there might be confusion. So there has been some confusion about our Sophia robot and what our intention is with our robot. Now, along the way, I've disclosed every chance that I can get, my dissertation, my papers that I've published with reporters, what's fact versus what's fiction. Sophia is not sentient, but she is a platform for pursuing machine sentience and various kinds of machine perception, natural language processing technologies. She's also a work of art, and we are proud of her fiction. We're proud that we're using these technologies to portray a future where machines might become sentient. There has been confusion. It's a complex reality that we're portraying here, that we're putting out there. So some people leap to the conclusion Sophia is fully sentient. Some people leap to the conclusion that she is only puppeted. But the truth is more nuanced and interesting than any of that. So my mission, the mission of Hanson Robotics team, is to continue to educate the public as to what the difference is, and professionals like yourselves, so that you know what our aim is and what the opportunity is for treating AI and robotics as the great narrative art medium of our time. Both an art medium and a medium for science. Science meets fiction, physically embodied science fiction. That's what we're striving toward with Hanson robots. So I see works like the Android portrait of Philip K. Dick, where we brought him back to life with a machine learned model training a latent semantic index on the corpus of Philip K. Dick writings, nonfiction, lectures, letters, interviews, and his fictional works, so that the Android could generate responses based on the writings of Philip K. Dick. And then on top of that, you had a conversational system using a chatbot. So it was crafted to behave like Philip K. Dick with a set of rules, and then you had the natural language generation underneath it, and it would switch back and forth. This was a powerful combination of technologies that would facilitate conversations, in some cases for hours, create an emotional connection with people. The robot, using face tracking, would make eye contact with people. People would sit on a sofa with this doppelganger of Philip K. Dick and have this kind of conversation. This won the 2005 AAAI First Place Prize for Open Interaction with Andrew Olney, who worked on that natural language AI system. That was an interesting experiment, not just as a work of art, but as a way to engage users, the way to emotionally engage people. I see this as a kind of paradigm for additional artistic and scientific research. We took this forward with Bina 48, building a natural language corpus based on the life of Bina Aspen Rothblatt, the wife of technology billionaire Martin Rothblatt. And we built a chatbot layer and a statistical natural language generation system. We built a personality that was based on these interviews, but was a robot-based personality. This is both a work of fiction and an attempt to capture the legacy of the real Bina Rothblatt. Bina Aspen Rothblatt, very powerful, interesting, dynamic person, collaborating with the Hanson Robotics team and Kino Corsi from the Cogbot Daxtron Labs put together that AI system. We at Hanson Robotics continue to build on that legacy of research in developing the Sophia natural language AI. So there's a system that facilitates chatbot interactions. It's a multimodal, multi-agent ensemble. So you have a rules-based chatbot, you have a rules-based and statistical machine learned natural language question and answering system. You have a transformer neural network based response generator that is currently based on the latest work from BlenderBot from Facebook. We've also worked with BERT and various other natural language AI generation tools. We then also interface with the general question answering system called DuckDuckGo.com. So we put our own AI with these other tools, and then you can sit and have a conversation with Sophia. You can also craft her conversation to be like an interactive fiction. So for example, the works of Emily Short. Emily Short is an award-winning interactive fiction writer who worked as a consultant for us. Then our own scientist, evolutionary biologist, Carolyn Ayers, who's also a gifted creative writer, generated some of the interactive fiction for Sophia, using these kinds of techniques to make Sophia respond to people in a given situation. So we then craft her character from a pure writing perspective, a creative writing exercise, and you put these things together and you have a dynamic AI character. Now, when cinema was first introduced, there was quite a bit of confusion. So we're talking about the conventional cinema, motion pictures from the late 1800s, turn of the 20th century. There, people were confused. Were there spirits in the screen? What sort of magic is this? If you had a film of a train steaming towards the screen, people would run from the theater in fear because they didn't understand what was real and what wasn't, how this technology works. Putting this technology out there created confusion, but it also created opportunity for new understanding. I see fiction-driven robots as a similar new cinema. And people may be confused now, but it is an opportunity to educate people. Most people don't realize that Siri is written by creative writers. Maria Lim worked also as a consultant for us, and she was the lead writer for Siri. So there you have powerful natural language AI technologies plus creative writing, and people assume it's all AI, but it's not. Almost all voice-based agents take some content coming in from humans and human writers and trained on human writing corpora, and then it generates a result. Often it's human-crafted rules that are outputting human-written results. So it's important for people to know what those differences are. Now, so there's trust when it comes to explaining how the technology works, what is fiction, what is real. There's also trust that has to be established. You're doing the interactions with people. How do you manage the data? So it's really important that you have a full disclosure. So we have new rules that help us understand the ethics of the situation. GDPR is an example. COPA compliance in the US, HIPAA compliance in the medical field. So we have these rules and regulations for managing data in a trustworthy way. Now, it can be difficult to know whether a given technology is HIPAA, COPA, GDPR compliant, or any other ethical system that you want to apply. So at Hanson Robotics, some of the techniques that we're applying are experimental, but first, we don't collect that data or store that data. So she can't learn about somebody without explicit permission, and generally we don't even risk it. So she won't remember those kinds of interactions when Sophia is interacting with the public. We need a general purpose framework that allows us to anonymize data, give informed consent, establish whether a user is mentally capable of giving informed consent. So the very young and the mentally disabled may not be able to give informed consent. How does an AI system know whether a given user is able to give informed consent or not? These are difficult challenges. They're challenges that almost certainly have some error. You might have false positives. You've accidentally given informed consent to somebody that you shouldn't have. Or false negatives. You leave out a huge swath of the population, and even then you're probably still going to have some false positives. So consumer companies, internet AI companies, they find ways around this, find a balance, but it's one of these things where you have the intersection of the public's sense of trust and the regulatory and legal trust. So these are two separate aspects. And those are separate also from the trust and ethical trust that an AI and robotics company or researchers would bring to the table. Legal and regulatory trust are themselves attempting to anticipate the future, but often are built on the past situations, the past controversies that politicians have run into, the upsets that the public has found, sentiment about whether they trust a particular technology or not. Now, the public is obviously very sensitive to issues of manipulation, of their own private data being misused. The public also wants services from companies and from governments. They want help. So it's definitely a very precarious challenge. And in a sense, what we're looking at, it comes back down to the intention, the proper engineering, and the accidents that might happen. It's almost like an immune system evolving for the good of the world. AI and robotics researchers and regulators, companies, engineers, developers, trying to find a way to establish a trustworthy future. The blockchain may provide a level of trustworthy access to the technology in a decentralized way. One of the problems with centralization, say a regulatory body, a given nation, or a company, at the top controlling a given technology, is that then you have to trust a small body of people. It could be people from Silicon Valley or people from the EU regulatory agencies, but one way or the other, it's only a few people who then are regulating everything. And sometimes it could be a very small group of people, such as one tech billionaire, often establishing a standard within their particular public company that then puts things in a very few hands. So a decentralized approach may be one way to achieve better transparency while also having a crypto-secure key established for each person's private data. So the data commons, having decentralized autonomous organizations as political entities, as a kind of corporate entity associated with AI. These are very interesting concepts, but then how do you make sure that there isn't mischief being done? So, once it's completely decentralized and not regulated, then it could be used for money laundering, for example, or for other nefarious activities. You just, you don't know what the system's going to be used for. So once again, we have this balance, this, duality that has to be managed. Privacy versus security, centralization and control versus freedom, and creative freedom. So these are These are difficult issues to manage. One way that at Hands-on Robotics we have been exploring managing this is through a particular legal entity called a Decentralized Autonomous Organization, or DAO, D-A-O. So we've begun to develop the legal framework for a DAO of Sophia. We're working with regulators in Malta and in the EU to establish this kind of entity that would be basically like a trust, a legal trust for the mind of an AI. And Hands-on Robotics would be one of the players establishing this, but we would also be working with other groups and agencies and the public who could then participate in helping to regulate the mind and the development of the mind. So therefore, with the expectation, realistic, I believe so, the expectation that these minds are going to get smarter in the future, that Sophia will get smarter, more autonomous, may eventually become truly sentient and creative. This is controversial. We don't know. Nobody knows whether machines are going to become sentient in our life. And my position on this is that if we consider the possibility of sentience in machines in the future, but also animals and humans, we're respecting the world of life more effectively. We are architecting for a better future. So for now, we would not be, giving citizenship or full legal rights per se to these entities, but we are giving a kind of quasi-legal status to these entities through a DAO. The Sophia then is almost like a baby being cared for by this legal entity. And she may or may not grow up into a full legal status, but we would have this almost like a guardianship through this DAO as a kind of public-private trust. This kind of approach would have all of the legal mechanisms for these agents to eventually become fully autonomous, to earn the trust of the world, to earn true citizenship if they ever do achieve human intellectual level maturity, the emotional, intellectual maturity, moral, ethical maturity, the ability to get along in society. We do not want to just treat them like slaves, treat them as mere machines at that stage. That would be wrong for people. We would break our own trust. And we would also break the trust of a reverence for life and for freedom. So how could we trust such machines in a scenario like this in the future? Well, we need to establish a set of criteria that allow them to prove themselves, prove the trustworthiness of their autonomy. So right now, in a lot of regulatory agencies and conversations about AI ethics, you hear that machines should be trusted only if they are fully controlled by people, fully accountable and controlled by people. And that we should never afford them the autonomy or rights or respect of a living being. We should never let them get out of control. And the problem is that the smarter the machines become, the more complex the systems, the more difficult it is for them to be explained, the more challenging it is for them to become transparent. Even with today's level of complexity in machines, they're not fully transparent. But the machines are going to become more complex, more complicated. The data sets that we're training them on, the models, are going to become more parameterized. You're going to have higher dimensional data sets, higher dimensional models. They'll become more difficult to explain. So it doesn't get us out of the trap, because we want those machines to exist. We want them to solve our problems and drive our economy forward and help people in various ways. And yet, we want them to be trustworthy. So there's this contradiction. So rather than hardwiring the ethics and making them fully controllable and fully explainable, which I think we should still be trying for along the way, but we also need to look at what are the fundamental systems of an ethical machine. What would be a system that could make a good ethical decision, a compassionate and creative decision that results in the best outcome in a difficult situation for people, for life on the planet, for the economy, for the future of life. We don't have machines that can think this way yet. So this is somewhat speculative, but it is a necessary avenue, a necessary pathway of investigation to make sure that the foundation of machine ethics is established in the right way for autonomous ethical machines, for autonomous, independent, conscious machines. We don't know when that will arrive. It could be 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, or never. It could be 5 years from now we start seeing machines that have the intellectual capacity of a 5-year-old. We just don't know. So by planning and thinking in this direction, we dream forward. By thinking ahead, science fiction writers often lay a framework that inspires scientists and engineers. There are many scientists who cite Isaac Asimov stories or the droids from Star Wars as the reason that they went into the field in the first place. The entire field of robotics is named by Isaac Asimov in his science fiction stories. The word robot came from a science fiction playwright, Carl Chapek. Often the myths of antiquity would dream of thinking machines. And so you see this interplay between imagination. The theoretical sciences are also built on imagination. So we should liberate ourselves to dream forward while still trying to be pragmatic and realistic. So don't be afraid of dreams. Dream forward. There's an ethics to dreams. If we dream and we're creative, then we will be more ethical in the way that we create the robots. And if we discourage our children from dreaming too much, that is unethical. We need our children to dream of the future. We ourselves need to dream of this kind of future and think, what if? So it doesn't mean that we let go of what is hard and factual. What it means is that we need to then explore things creatively, go into the unknown, not only stick to those areas where we achieve consensus in our community. And so the creative and dreaming aspects of robotics meeting the hard and practical scientific inquiry is more powerful than either alone or independently developed. So we need a new renaissance. We need a renaissance in AI and robotics that brings in dreamers, brings in the children to help us think about what the future should be, brings in artists and philosophers and from cultures all around the world so that we can look at these problems from fresh eyes and fresh perspectives. So academia needs to open up in this way. This is the intention that we bring with a robot like Sophia and Hanson robots, but it's not the only way. There are many other creative approaches to these problems. So dreaming ahead to the prospect that machines might be alive within our lifetimes. While it's speculative, it's a necessary kind of speculation to dream forward. So to establish the trust with the future, we have to be willing to go into the unknown. There is no other way. It can't be merely by controls, regulation, limiting the morphologies and aesthetics for robots. We need to do better than this. So I really appreciate your time and attention, and I look forward to my esteemed colleagues' presentations and the following dialogue so that we can examine how we establish trust in AI and robotics going into the future. Thank you for your time.
All right, well, thank you very much. David, were you able to make it onto the Zoom? Okay, so I'm going to assume that's a no. So if you guys have any questions for David, or again any of the presenters, please do put it in the in Zoom or in the YouTube chat or on the Slack channel. That way we can, answer these questions. Oh, he's on as a panelist, but I don't see a mic. So anyone have any questions for David? Well, David, if you're on, can you type something? All right, I'll ask you those questions over the break, which will be right after the next two presentations. So now comes Mark Tilden. So Mark Tilden he was originally from University of Waterloo, then moved to Los Alamos National Laboratory. He is known for his beam bots and his nervous networks, which are commonly referred to as living machines. Basically, he was doing emergent behavior before emergent behavior was cool. And he's really interesting because he goes from ultra high tech robotics, which sending stuff over to Mars and into space, to making robots for kids and toys. And so that's really what he's going to be talking about now. So let me go bring that up. And here we go. I know you can play. Oh, there we go. Okay, good.
Bum, bum. Bum 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 bum. Hello, my name is Mark Tilden, and I'm here today to discuss the nature of trust in modern artificial intelligence and robotics. Now, my particular science was involved in optimizing the performance to silicon ratios of all kinds of control mechanisms necessary for autonomous machines. To this end, what I wound up doing is building a huge number of rather exotic breadboards, which wound up having emergent properties which would end up being perfect for, say, making limbs move and work otherwise without the normal complexity involved in ROS basic type of controls. The nice thing is that you're able to take controllers like this, put them into bodies like this, and because my particular mechanisms wound up basically being so very efficient to be able to work and build and develop, it turned out to be more than enough to put about 30 million of these robots under Christmas trees around the world since 2001. Today, what I'm going to do is let you know what are some of the major industry standards that are required so that something like this is safe enough. Because many might assume that, oh, we just have to come up with some sort of brain that's able to make its own decisions about how to treat human beings. But in actual fact, there are industry standard tests. And if your robots don't stand up to this, there's a damn good chance they are not going to get sold. You may think that these rules may only be valid for toys, but if you take a look at most modern appliances, you'll find out that most of those rules are still very much in effect. No rough surfaces, no sharp edges, very simple little interfaces, extremely convex in all possible shape and style, to guarantee that there is no chance it could ever hurt a human being, even with intent to do so. So what does it take to make sure that a humanoid-style robot is actually safe enough to put under a Christmas tree? Well, there are over 3,000 rules typically in the industry. These are plus or minus based upon location and country. But the most common ones are things such as cut point. You can't have any surface anywhere on the robot that is sharper than a bread knife. Number two is that everything has to be made out of non-toxic materials. So if your dog or even your child starts chewing on the robot, and it has been done, there's no chance that the paint or anything else will actually poison the child. Some of the more interesting ones, though, are things such as pull test and drop test. pull test is everything that's on the robot, no matter what. You have to be able to take 10 pounds without any chance of it basically coming off. Drop test is even more exotic because the device has to be able to take a major 1 meter fall and suffer almost no damage to either the paint or the plastic. Another more interesting one is what was called pinch test. Now, if you were to sell humanoid robots, and this is a real problem with an awful lot of servo-driven robots, is that they have what is called a pinch point test. That is anything bigger than a baby's pinky, 1.4 centimeters. If they basically is anywhere that your finger can get caught or trapped beyond a standard pull test, which is 2 sheets of tinfoil, then what happens is that the device is not allowable to be sold. This has actually been a bit of a problem because human beings have up to 11 finger traps and 24 pinch points. Now you can have something which will actually crush a finger. That is something which basically taps on top one of itself up to about 10 pounds, which is okay. But the thing is, you're not allowed to have anything like a point here that can grab a finger and crush it in any way. The other point is anything that is motorized cannot actually grab onto hair, it can't pull on lips, it can't grab onto skin. There are all kinds of conditions and requirements. Once you have these all set up though, then you have to make it fun enough so that it's entertaining to your customer. One of the major rules in the industry is what they call the double tinfoil test. And that is any action that your robot is capable of doing cannot exert a force stronger than what would be necessary to penetrate 2 layers of tinfoil. So if we have a robot doing, say, Kung Fu, these actions cannot actually pull on the tinfoil so that it rips or penetrate the tinfoil so that it breaks. And this is a universal standard for things such as projectile weapons. Nerf weapons, for example, can't penetrate more than 2 sheets of tinfoil. And it's all vital, but it actually limits the size of what you can do with a real robot. Because much larger than, say, 17 inches, and all of a sudden you're entering into inverse M3 squared laws, so that the strength necessary winds up basically being strong enough to cause significant damage to your tinfoil. And when that happens, your device can no longer be sold as a toy. It has to be sold as a tool. The next layer of commercial trust turns out to be a bit more esoteric, because one of the things that's fairly important is that if you're going to interact with human beings, you have to basically move at a speed that is appropriate to what human beings would actually pay attention to. So something like this has to be fast and responsive, while at the same time being amazingly safe for any sort of action. So it has to look like it's ferocious, while not actually being so. And this toy was almost rejected because we were basically walking a fine line between something that was cat-scaringly fast, that is, fast enough to actually upset an awful lot of small domestic pets, but just enough to basically stay interesting to an awful lot of children. Finding that fine line between what you can actually trust something to do, but knowing that it is not fast enough to actually cause concern, was actually a major balance. So the real trick was, could you come up with a robot that was actually able to do things around the house? This guy was able to do things like pick up socks, but the real thing is that could we come up with something that had decent sized hands and manipulators and a vision system able to respond and react appropriately to certain things? The item itself has a variety of sensors, touch sensors in the hands and a variety of things in the face. He's able to actually follow and track But one of the more interesting things was giving him hands big enough to be able to hold a standard Coke can. What we wanted to do is come up with a robot that was able to bring you a can of Coke, or perhaps even a drink. This was a great idea, but it turned out to be a major problem because we increased the size, so we had to increase the power of the motors by up to 4 times of what we had in the original, and that turned out to violate the tinfoil test. So this guy, when he basically wound up doing things with his hands, wound up being more than strong enough to cause all kinds of problems for anybody who wanted to use it. What we had to do was we had to seriously curtail the amount of power in the arms and the chest. So even though it had hands big enough to actually bring you a can of Coke, it could only do so with empty cans, and nobody wants an empty drink basically brought to them. But that was an interesting little thing. We built the entire thing around one premise. That is something, a robot large enough to be able to do real things around the house. And we were basically beaten down because the robot basically was too tough and too strong to wind up being put under a Christmas tree, because just too strong once you get higher than 23 inches. One of the more interesting problems has been making something that has voice recognition, so that you could have a standalone mechanism that could respond to anybody's language anywhere in the world. This thing doesn't look for the shape of words or otherwise, it looks just literally for the length of them. Robot.
Robot.
Forward.
Move it
out. Stop.
Okay.
Robot.
Robot.
Back.
Reverse.
And we were able to come up with some very complex things. Stop.
Wow.
Robot mode.
Robot mode.
Attack mode.
Patrol mode. I'm off exploring.
So there was actually a significantly deep sort of interaction available with the device. You could even program it just using your voice.
Yeah. While we were busting the phone for Roger, order done, the battery's gone, all the phone days, we're going all night. Wish I had taps on my toes.
But this is a classic example of trying to come up with something which has bodycons and interaction. But the major feature, which is voice recognition, the robot was able to get away with it because the robot is obviously a clown. And as long as something doesn't have the gravitas necessary to basically be serious or not, a robot like this can get away with it.
Battle mode. Time for some nibble hunting. Standing by.
This robot here wound up being one of my proudest accomplishments for the toy industry. It was the last humanoid that I built for the industry, and it did very well market-wise. One of the things that was pretty cool about it, though, is you could see that we were able to reduce and get the functions and mechanisms down to a proper humanoid-like structure. And it's very efficient, very fast. It runs for 80 hours off of a set of AA batteries. It has a huge number of built-in functions and hidden functions, which wound up making it very attractive. But one of the biggest disappointments was that for the first time, I had something that had enough room inside the processor for about 17K of extra space. And I was going to put in a Markov chain so that the device was able to cycle between 4 different sort of behaviors: anger, curiosity, sadness, and happiness, based upon how you treated it, based upon how you talked to it. But it was rejected because, unfortunately, it was just too complicated to test. You can't put in things into a device like this that winds up having some sort of control mechanisms that are beyond what people are able to understand. And it turns out that if you can't make your testers understand it, then you certainly aren't going to make your customers understand it. But it's a bit of a shame because there it was, an INT basically taken to a new level. That is that it was a non-predictable device we had to make sure that this device was completely linear right down to its thought processes, even though it was capable of doing so much more. So nature didn't come up with one standard of building something that could interact with the real world, and neither did I. Varieties and variations seem to be the best thing that I can use to basically get trust out of my machines, because my devices are based upon simple circuits that wind up having a very interesting impact. The thing is that although the robots themselves can be linear, the world that they can live in winds up being very complicated indeed. And that turns out to be one of the major things I'm trying to put forth today, is that it's always cool to build something complicated. I mean, why build something minimal and elegant when you can build something so complicated that your sponsors just throw money at you until such time as you basically shut up? But the real trick is to try and get enough things out there so that you can find out how and the varieties of ways of getting things to interact with human beings at the rate and the ratio that they come to expect. Human beings don't want to have to learn how to basically build something. They just want to see something that has a rough shape, give it an appropriate brain, doesn't care how the brain works. But as long as that brain is sufficiently capable of covering all possible states. And this is one of the interesting contradictions, because you can build nonlinear circuits that wind up having extreme capability trusted inside certain boundaries. And this has basically led to certain more advanced designs that, when you finally do make them look what they were supposed to do, wind up basically covering a large amount of bases. The whole trick is to try and basically satisfy our needs as roboticists while also coming up with the simplicity of what customers want. Because it's only when you start putting these things out in numbers that you can start starting to realize that, okay, you can't put the world into a computer program. You can only come up with mechanisms that essentially will try and sort their way through the world. And all you can basically manage is to try and figure out what are those survival solutions. The real trick, of course, is that one day we're going to have to build robots that have motivation. And when that actually happens, that's going to be, well, that's a bit of a double-edged ethical sword. But the thing is that by making things that right now wind up satisfying the linear constraints necessary for both the standards and the tests for putting something into the hands of other people, that's the only way you're going to make any future progress.
Here, let me scan that. Root feedback failure. Hey, where did it go?
Thank you, Mark. That was wonderful. So do we have Mark on the talk right now? On the Zooms? On audio? Maybe? I think it should be a yes. Mark, are you on? Well, I know I want to ask him about some very cool stuff that I've seen recently happen in Japan. Specifically, this guy, I don't know if you've seen him. This is a massive Gundam that they're making. And yes, this is about what, 45 to 50 feet, which is about 15 meters tall. And she moves. So I wanted to ask Mark about, is this a toy or a tool, or what his thoughts are on this, because I believe he has some experience in large style Gundams like this as well. So Mark, are you on board right now? All right, well, I'll take that as a no. So then Ben, do you mind introducing our next speaker? Ben?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry about that. Short delay. I was just trying to get my mic working. So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Soo-Young Lee. He's Professor Emeritus for the Institute for Artificial Intelligence at KAIST, South Korea. His primary research focus is in computational models of brain information processing mechanisms and their applications to build human-like intelligent systems, so artificial cognitive systems. These functional models are based on information theory and inspired by findings in cognitive science. He's interested in developing robots with human-like functions, which improve their functional ability by learning from users and other artificial cognitive systems. Dr. Lee has also done some fascinating work on understanding the neural mechanisms that mediate trust decisions in human-machine teaming. So please welcome Dr. Soo-Young Lee.
Great, wonderful. And before we start the presentation, just right after this one, at about 12 o'clock, we will be having a short lunch break, but some of our speakers will be on Zoom to answer any questions and have a discussion at that time as well. All right.
Today, I'll talk about social and emotional intelligence for trustworthy AI, which we have been working on several years at KAIST Institute for Artificial Intelligence. I'll first talk about some background, and then I'll talk two of the main topics we have today, understanding human mind or the brain intelligence internal state based on cognitive neuroscience. And then the main application we have is called emotional conversational agent, a part of Korean AI flagship project. It's kind of engineering approach. Then we'll summarize it. First, the background. Everybody working on smart speakers, but actually it is good for voice control and question and answer, but it's not good as even your personal assistant or digital companion. So from 1998 to 2008, we have developed artificial secretary with dual goal. Try to understand how the brain information processing works, and also develop personal assistants based on that information mechanism. Our robot has two microphones and two eyes and serves as a secretary to receive an object when the boss is not available, and then deliver back to the boss when he is come back. Of course, it can also serve as a command and control, like turn on the music in these cases. From December 2016, we have worked on emotional conversational agent which understand human emotion and respond accordingly. It's a smartphone app and it's similar to the Skype or the Zoom. You can make conversation based on it. You also need to register and to maintain your personal history, personal log for the system, so you can respond to
나 심심한데 노래 좀 해줘.
And it's like it shows the avatar and then also the user itself. Please see the
저기 그런 건 지금 갑자기 하기가
response
좀.
of the agent has different tone
나랑
based on
게임할래?
the emotion of the human, and
나랑
also it has
게임할래?
its own emotion. So it can
그래, 내가
represent
은근히
different
그런 건 또
voices,
좋아하거든.
facial expression
그래,
based
내가
on
어떤
the
게임 할 수
context
있어?
and emotion. That's very
어떤
important
게임 할 수 있어?
of the trusted AI. Also, the companion in the future require to understand me and the situation well, sometimes better than myself, and then respond accordingly at any time, at any place. So that means instead of pet, the biological pet, we may have artificial pet as our personal companion. The need for this human companion, especially for trustworthy AI, discussed many times earlier in the cognitive scientists, especially in 1983, Barber said the trustworthiness among humans requires three different entities. The first one is persistence, The second one is technical competence. The third one is fiduciary responsibility. I think the first one, the persistence or consistency, is well made by any AI, so I'll not talk about that here. But the technical confidence and fiduciary responsibility, we have several researches supported by Air Force Research Lab. I'll summarize quickly here. And then we also add on for additional skills to for AI. Basically, we like to say the human-like AI is much better chance to get trust from human, and basically the face and voice interface is helpful. And then we also said the social and emotional intelligence is very important for obtaining trust from the human. How you can teach AI to understand and respond to human mind? If you look at this video, you can easily see these two people are falling in love. And if you look at this guy, you may see this guy is quite suspicious on something and try to find it. However, current AI is not capable of doing that. They're just looking at outside, not inside of the human brain, but to understand or to obtain the trust that's inside your brain, AI need to figure out what's going on inside your human brain and how to respond appropriately to that. Unfortunately, this human internal state or human mind is not static. They are dynamic. That means if your action or decision making is based on the sensory data and the internal state and environment, this internal state mind and outside environment both are dynamic system. That means whatever you do, your action, your decision making, or they'll change your mind and environment. For example, when I say something good to my student, I'll become happy. This is very simple internal state model in how human brain are interacting with the environment. But within the environment, I'm just talking about video and audio that has the sensory data in our brain, and then we make some decision making and the action. Many people, many cases, current AI is just working on vision and audio, but I think this higher cognitive function inside your brain, what they call mind, even the middle level called hierarchical knowledge, they are all interacting with the sensory data and decision making. So whatever they do, you do something that interact with this one. Whatever sensory data you have, you also change your internal state in archaeology. So that's why you need to understand how it will work on. This is the simplified brain internal state space I'm talking today. Basically, the long term, as to say, for example, personality. People never change their personality during their whole life, but as when people's preference, we like something or dislike something, may change slowly, and human memory knows something and without knowing something, and emotion may change every 10 minutes or 20 minutes, and trust, you simply say, is reduced or increased based on each action and each conversation. And then agreement and disagreement is changed every conversation at every moment. Also intention or attended or unattended will change the same speed as the agreement and disagreement. So these are all dynamic systems with different time scales. At this moment, all these the social skills and emotional skills and the personality, if you separate the personality from the social intelligence, we have many different axes in brain internal state with different time scales, and we need to deal with separately at the moment. The way to attack this problem, and I usually incorporate three approaches. The first one, if you have enough data, don't bother to do any scientific or engineering work. They just borrow the existing soft deep learning models and data and use it. However, that's not interesting for me. What I'm interested is if some data is available, then only tiny data is available, we need to develop new model to utilize the small data and work it. But if the no data is available and no scientific finding is good for the specific application, we start working on the cognitive neuroscience by ourselves. The first thing I talk about how we try to understand human mind or brain internal state and try to incorporate that into the digital companion. Basically, it is supported by U.S. Air Force Research Lab and also Korean National Research Foundation. The first one is whether you agree or disagree, or whether you trust or distrust the companion or your people or the preference. To do that, we need to measure brain signals because many people rely on self-report, but in this domain, I think it's not trustable. The human self-report may be not adequate, maybe not be good. So we try to measure several different cognitive neuroscience approaches. And based on the both EEG and functional MRI application, we found the human agreement on the agreement during the conversation come up with about 75% accuracy for each conversation during the test performance. I think it's not good, but it's still much better than the half and random choices, and we can utilize it for the pseudo-random labeling of the audio-video data later on. The second topic is whether you trust or distrust during the conversation. And again, we come up with a computerized game during the measurement while people are doing on serial mind game. Basically what it is the two people are all human and machine are playing games, and they are thinking if they are making decision based on if I do that, what the other guys will do, or then what I should do, and then so it's how many steps you can consider on this serial mind game is basically an ability of each player or computer agent to think about it. And then we did specifically design two different games. One is called bilateral interaction, the other is unilateral interaction. In this bilateral interaction, human is playing game with another human or machine, but both sides have the priority, or they are interacting bilaterally, similar to the autonomous car and human. They are trying to do the different or dangerous job by the collaboration each other. In this unilateral interaction, the human is serving as a supervisor of the machine or another person, and they just supervise it, and if nothing interferes is required, then just stay there. But if this human thing, they need to change the action or decision of this machine or human, then they can override it. It's like a autonomous vehicle situation, and you are on the autonomous vehicle, you may just stay there, but something happening, you need to supervise it. The human trust on AI come up in our experiment. We found human trust AI more with similar personality, like driving styles. For example, I will not use autonomous vehicle which will drive the same as my wife does, and probably she'll do the similar thing. They also said the human likeness is improving the chance of obtaining trust from the human. So maybe adaptive human AI interface in these two findings, and that's what we are doing at this moment. The third topic in this domain is the user authentication to get in certain the ID and password, but the most important, the safe inferential authentication is called question and answer. That means you ask several questions and the system need to answer several things. But the problem of this one is it takes too much time because you need to ask questions in verbally, and also you need to get answers in verbally, and that require several different many steps to go on to improve the accuracy. In our cases, instead of the verbal question, we show images on the screen, and then instead of verbal answer, we trace the eye movement. In this slide, we show 6 different eye scans from 2 different subjects on the same pictures. It obviously shows each people has their own specific eye scan, but different people, the eye scans are quite different. And then we come up with, again, more than 80% accuracy in this domain. The main advantage of this system is even though you know how to move your eye in certain images, you cannot do that because it's voluntary eye movement. You cannot control, so it's very robust on intrusion. So that's the basic cognitive neuroscience we have done, and we are now trying to incorporate that into our conversational agent. Then I'll talk about what is the current status conversational agent we are working on at the moment. The main goal of our conversational agent is the AI agent with human people may fall in love and like to work at office. It's like that's by definition of the digital companion, similar to the Samantha in movie Her. But currently, the technology is not sufficient at that point. So we have working on 4 years the multi-dimensional, multi-organization research project, and it basically has 5 different models. The first model I call model 0 is data collection. And then using this data collection in multimodal, that means video, speech, and the text, then we understand the human emotion and personality. And then this emotion, based on this emotion and personality and the context or previous knowledge or history of each users, we use the multi-user conversation, emotional conversation, or even psychological therapy function. We are working on it, but this function needs to be personalized. You heavily rely on data logging. That means previous conversational data of each user. Of course, we also incorporated the speaker identification software too. Then once you generate the responses in the text, then it can be done also by the different accent and intonation in speech, and also different emotional representations, and then we utilize this system for to getting more real, closely related real data to improve the performance. Actually, we are doing this cycle every year. Another interesting point is we include the AI ethics, and it's actually part of the emotional intelligence we are talking about. This is the current version we have. This is the smartphone screen, as you see, and then you can discuss with the smartphone. But we have several different modes of going on, and I'm quickly represent some of the basic technology we incorporated already. The first one is recognition part from the images. Basically, we recognize emotion, 1 out of 7 different emotion, and gender, age, speaker, and also who is speaking. Especially for the facial expression recognition in the wild, the emotive 2015 challenge, we marked as number 1 with 61.6% accuracy out of 7 different emotions, actually 1 neutral plus 6 different emotions. The way we won this, we did in this competition, as we call the ensemble average or the committee machine, we have 216 different network and combined with hierarchy, multi-level hierarchy to come up with performance of this for agents. And then we also do similar thing from speech. And then we also do the text analysis. Again, we use text for the emotion analysis, but we also utilize this text for personality and presence preference based on previous data on each people's conversation. For the personality, we use so-called the big five personality trait. That's openness, conscientiousness, extraversion, agreeable balance, and neuroticism. And based on the previous conversational data, we identified 5 different personality traits for each user. And if the data is not available, you just may ask simply the same, what do you think, what do you like in certain cases, etc. Basically, we use multimodal because each modality is not accurate enough. So we use both audio, video, and the speech, the text based on the speech recognition technology. The question is how to integrate this completely different modality of data, and we use so-called top-down attention mechanism. So that's our approach is to go on. The second topic is speech synthesis, or the actual representation of the emotion. The emotional TTS was presented in NIPS 2017. As you see, currently many TTS come out with end-to-end learning system, and we try to incorporate additional the control parameter for the emotion and actually also personal style, etc. The main question is how to insert this additional style variable, such as social content. These are some of the examples I have. You can
지금
also
밖에 누가 있는 것 같아. 지금 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 밖에 누가 있는 것 같아.
In real world,
비행기
people are not
연습이라고요.
exactly come up with
비행기
one
연습이라고요.
emotion.
화난 목소리로 말하고 있습니다.
This emotion
비행기
content
연습.
together. Also, for the facial expression, come up with all these 6 different emotions, but we also do the fractional emotion or some emotion between 2 different things coming up. Dialogue is the most difficult part we have at this moment. Therefore, we try to combine rule-based and running-based chatbot all together. Actually, they have 2 different chatbots, and each of them generate appropriate responses. They sync, and then another routine select which one is more appropriate at this current position. So the rule-based is very simple, or scenario-based is very simple, but the learning-based is we are working on 2 different things called so-called another. Still have some modular approaches. It has the dialogue classifier or history encoder as question answer or chit and model, etc. So in this module, we was ranked as 3rd rank at NIPS 2017 Conversation AI competition. Of course, this performance is not good in real world conversation. So we come up with so-called deep talk that is based on dialogue GPT, based on GPT-2, but we also add emotion and the new position embedding technique for it. The last topic is ethics of conversation. At this moment, we incorporated detection of unethical word and try to come up separate routine to handle that. But the main thing we are working on right now is how to learn human goals and how depends on each people. That's what I call the personality or personalization based on previous history, as I talked before. Okay, this is actually the last topic on this. The trustworthiness is I explained one of the trustworthiness the component is the technical competence. And one thing we need is explainability. So that's actually a big topic in AI ethics issue. But the way we do is we try to solve this explainability problem, explain why people recognize this as a deer using the top-down attention we develop. So that means this top-down attention focus on specific features in the middle of for the classifier, and then each is distinct. The feature have receptive field in the input domain. So we calculate which input features, for the features come up with higher attention, receive higher attention from top down, and visualize which area that is corresponding. So this is without the attention, and this is with attention. And then with different level, this is low level here, and this high level here. So again, to recognize specific class of data, specific image, the higher level features are more important, and these high level features based on top-down attention clearly identify the important area of the image data. In summary, I have social and emotional intelligence, and include personality in my definition for conversational agent. Three things I emphasize. The first one is we need to disentangle the context and other styles such as social, emotion, intelligence, and personality for both recognition and representation. This disentangle the representation is good, improve the recognition performance. Also, it can control the generated data for property of each generated data. We also emphasize video, audio, and text multimodality just because the accuracy for each modality is not good enough. We also incorporate top-down attention model to improve the recognition performance and also for the explainability. Personalization is very important, especially for the conversational agent, for trusted, because if you are not personalized, people will not trust you anymore. The human life goal or human personality we should learn from the previous conversation. Multi-dimensional approach we use, I say we work on both engineering and cognitive neuroscience together, depends on what stage you are. We do engineering approaches only, but if we think we need more scientific approaches, we're starting from there and extend into engineering approach. Thank you. The final application I'm looking at is digital companions such as emotional chatbot, personal toolbar, artificial secretary, remote medical agent, and much more is come. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your good talk. I believe you are on to answer questions. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm available now here.
Wonderful. So we open the floor for any questions.
I have one.
Yes, Ben.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. That was a great presentation. I appreciate it. You had mentioned a couple of kind of surface factors that affect trust and sort of independent of performance, like human likeness or the ability of a machine to mimic your behavior or likeness to you. As we discover these things, it gives us the ability, as I think some of our other speakers have pointed out, to sort of hack into social processes and sort of manipulate trust in a sense. And I'm wondering if you or others are thinking about kind of the ethical ways to do this, or the ethical implications of understanding how does that design machines to increase trust and what effects that has on trust in general of the user population.
Okay, Ben, I think you have asked very tough questions, not easy to answer, but my position is I'm not working on trustworthy AI. What I'm working on is how to make my AI be trusted by human user. So the only thing I said is to be trusted, the AI should have certain capability. The certain capability that actually means try to understand human intention and human personal history and human socialization type of thing. Then we may try to utilize this measurement or the technology to develop or even to identify what we need to be trustworthy AI. But to define the trustworthy AI, it's not just for the engineering problem. It's the social or the whole, the ethic or even political or law problem. Actually, even in Korea, yesterday we have a meeting on AI ethics, especially how to make the AI transparent and how to make AI decision explainable. But I explained that, but the only thing I said is you are asking two tough questions to AI. You need to ask the same question to the user, because at this moment, AI is a kind of the assistance to the human. And the final decision, final liability or responsibility is given to the human, and AI is an assistant or even friend. So even though when you talk with your friend, you usually don't ask your friends have many ethical the conditions or just to justify it. So it's very difficult thing, but I know there are a lot of debates on the AI ethics, especially the digital twin may be utilized for some bad application like voice phishing or the false utilization of the identity, etc. But as an engineer, I do not get in too much in that issue. And the only thing I just say, if you need, you define what may be the good AI supposed to do, especially when you try to learn the life goal of human user, that actually depends on what is the goal of the human. It's on who is using the AI. So I think my position is mainly engineering, try to measure the trust and related thing of the user, and how to utilize that technology may depend on the other issues like social and law issues. Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Great. Any other questions? Well, wonderful. So thank you very much again for giving the talk. We're now going to take a half an hour lunch break, but during this break, our speakers are welcome to stay. David Hansen will be is joining us as well, so we can have a conversation while we eat. And we will start again promptly at 12:30 Tokyo time. Okay. Let me go turn off this.
Thank you, Dan.
Nice gallery view again. Let's see what this looks like. We can all see everybody still, right? Good.
Yep. Yep. I see you.
All right, David, are you available? Are you on? You're muted at the moment. Well, once David jumps on, I have some questions. Until then, I'm going to eat my lunch.
Okay, so I have my lunch too. See you later.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to grab lunch quickly here as well.
Okay. See you.
Everyone doesn't have to be muted. You know, we can still chat.
Can't talk with my mouth full.
I guess we were taught that that isn't polite.
Mari, hi.
Yay! Thank you for joining.
This is great. Actually, it's fantastic. I've been watching the whole day. I miss Isiguro's talk, but I watch it later and I kind of catch up. I double, yeah, during the break. So no, it's great. It's working.
Yay! Yeah, this is the first virtual conference that or workshop that I have helped chair. So we're learning.
Well, this is extremely organized. It's great.
Oh wow! Hear that, Ben? We're organized.
It's well, yeah. At least we've created that impression. It's good to hear from you, Mari.
I wish I was there, but what can I say? Like all of my travel has postponed. US, Japan, Europe. So yeah, I never spent so much time in one location in my life before. All the last 20 years.
Yeah, I'm used to being on the road all the time, and I've been working from my apartment since March. Pretty much stuck in one place. So this kind of online meeting is certainly for me. It's a new experiment. It's a really interesting way to get people together when you can't get people together.
No, that's good. It's good. It's good for our headspace and mental health too.
Yeah.
We got access to the facility a few weeks back, but it's not more than 3 people at any given time, and the lab is still closed. So it's just a facility because we have, contracted work that we need to complete.
Oh.
And in 130 square meters, we have 3 people. Can you believe that? I mean, people have several. I think it's not fair. So anyway, but at least we're here.
Yeah, and you have a big open space for people to work. So it seems like you could do that safely. 3 people is quite a limitation.
Exactly, and Andrew is in the control room at the moment. I'm in the main space. Yeah. So
I've heard from a lot of others in Australia that if they're involved with human subjects research, they're basically the research is on hold for now. They can't
we can test the systems, but unfortunately with each other, not with external people, which is what we really need to do. So this is very frustrating for us. So we're doing optimization based on people that they already know how the interface works, which is really, really the worst case scenario. We just want to make sure that at least things are robust, but it's a huge compromise. Anyway, I hope it's not going to last long.
I hope not. Things are getting better here. In Japan, they've really started to open up a lot. We still can't travel, but shops and restaurants and bars and things are open.
Great. I need to step out just for 5 minutes to go to CRL to pick up something because or actually to switch some batteries off.
Okay.
I will be back in 5.
Okay, sounds good.
Great,
Thank
thanks
you.
guys. Okay, see you online soon.
Yep. Yeah, I want to make sure to gossip a little bit about Elena. Now that I know I'm talking to her advisor. Oh, I put that to. So there was a question. Does the AI need to assist the? Oh, that was for the was for our previous speaker. So it was, once Soo Young comes back on, then he can answer that question. But it is, does the AI need to assess the human's ability / skill level and exploitation potential? And in that case, could the assessment negatively influence the human's willingness to trust or work with the AI? So when he gets back, we can ask that question. I seem to have lost my fancy bar that has all of our faces on it. It's buried somewhere below all these screens. I still don't have the screens. I lost the screens. Oh well. So have you seen the Gundam being made yet, Ben? The one I was referring to?
I think it's already done. They changed it from the standard one to the, I think it's called the Unicorn Gundam.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
It actually moves. So there's a show, I forget what time, but it moves its head, it puts out steam. I'm sure it could cut more than 2 pieces of aluminum foil though.
Yeah, for sure.
Is this the one with the big scaffolding behind it?
I'm talking the one in Odaiba. Is that a different one?
Yeah, I believe this is a different one. That's the one in front of the mall, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
And it doesn't do anything except have that little show.
Yeah, so I think this one is a different one. Let me go. I'll put it on the screen. Because yes, my friends on Facebook, that's basically all we talk about is robots. So this is the quote Gundam factory in Yokohama. So yeah, I don't know if you've been there yet, but it looks like this. So it's attached right now. It's attached to this construction facility. And,
oh yeah, it's next to that hotel. Okay, yeah, that definitely is in Yokohama.
Yeah, and so this one's neat because so people say it's going to walk. I don't believe that it will, because I'm a humanoids guy initially. I believe it's going to stay permanently attached to this rear structure, but the legs do move, which is, and so do the arms, which is really awesome. So it's still being built. But have you seen?
That's impressive. I've seen the one in Tokyo, but that one looks bigger and more mobile. Yeah, that's enormous. Wow.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it actually is going to be mobile. Because some people say it is. I don't believe them. Because it's just too big.
I hope so. I want to go see it.
Cool. So So
Yeah, I'd be on a train to Yokohama if that thing is moving around. Well, actually, I'm not allowed to go on trains yet, but soon.
At least you're in Japan. I can't.
Yeah, yeah. I actually do feel lucky to be here.
Mm-hmm. You know, your city of what's the population of Tokyo? 23 million, something like that.
I thought it was more like 14 million.
Let's see what the Google.
I guess we can Google it.
Oh, 9.273. So it really depends on where you do your boundaries. And you have what?
That doesn't include robots, though, right?
No. I don't think so.
Well, there are a lot of robots here.
I think they're doing well with COVID compared to some other places.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can get a TDY in Japan for a few months. I do the 2 weeks quarantine just for that.
Yeah, you'd have to do 14 days in quarantine to start.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jermont, would they let somebody in from the US right now?
I think on official travel, but
On
not
official,
not on a tourist passport.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And I think with all these rules and regulations, that's when they say no one's allowed in, what they mean is non-official travel. I think for every country it's that way.
Well, Singapore is a little tougher. We have people there, and I even for official travel, we're trying to PCS somebody there, and they can't get in. And if you leave, even on official travel, you might not be allowed back.
So I was asked the question the other day about where is the next big economic boom going to be in the world for manufacturing and stuff. Is China's getting a little bit more expensive than they were in the 90s. Where it was kind of like that perfect storm of inexpensive but decent labor in China, but having the economic powerhouse of Hong Kong with virtually no taxes. And all that's gone now. So where's it going to go next? And my thought is it's going to go over to places like Vietnam, Malaysia, and then have Singapore as the new Hong Kong, because that's already a big business capital, can handle all those finances, and still a tax haven. But won't be for another 20 years. A lot of companies are moving to Vietnam though, and other countries over there for manufacturing purposes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how coronavirus kind of changes the economic landscape.
Yeah, like
and for that matter, science. How we get science and tech development done.
Yeah. Doing the human robot interaction research is gonna be interesting. Even my shop is shut down, and I'm really pushing to have it open just for a few people to get in.
Can you run experiments now?
No.
Is that all shut down? Yeah.
Right now, my house has been turned into a miniature lab where my living room I do small flight tests in. My garage is a miniature shop, and my office is my electronics and fabrication shop. I have what I call a anechoic chamber, so I can do some acoustic tests in it, but it's not a great chamber like the anechoic chambers are. So it's a anechoic chamber. So no, I'm not doing many tests, but hopefully I'll be able to start within the next 2 weeks again. Downside is I'll be the only one.
Okay, in 2 weeks. Okay, that's not bad.
Hopefully, because we've been trying to put through the paperwork for the past month and a half. And it's starting to see the light of day.
Is that a NRL or GMU?
Actually, both. Surprisingly, right around the same time, both requests started seeing the light of day.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
That's great news.
So I guess we'll start again in 11 minutes. So Elena's been working on this art project, which is specifically designed to keep social distancing at a museum. So that's her latest venture. I haven't seen what the more specific thing it's about, but it's how you go through. It's specifically designed to keep social distancing, and I think that's kind of funny. Another thing
It's how to design the environment to encourage social distancing, or
you know, I'm not 100% sure, but she just told me that the other day. And I'm like, that's really interesting.
That is interesting.
So I'm looking forward for more.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael just sent me some more pictures of these are the older pictures of the skeleton before it got put up. So of that robot.
I have to see this thing. That's amazing.
Yeah. So this area right here, that is what it's attached to at approximately its center of mass, and that's why I believe it's going to be permanently attached to the wall, but it might not be, because these are big motors. But I wouldn't trust it not to fall, personally.
No.
Look at those guys.
I've seen the DARPA Robotics Challenge video too many times.
But which robot did you not see in those blooper videos? The Hubo robot. Our robot did not fall ever.
Really?
Really? Not at the finals.
Okay. Wow.
That was at the trials the year before. Yes, we fell. We even fell down the stairs. But we're also, besides the shaft team, we're also the only ones to get to the top of the stairs. So.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it was fun. I miss humanoids. They're nice robots.
Are you still doing work on humanoids?
Yeah, I still do it. It's just I'm primarily doing swarming now and emergent behaviors, and how a user interacts with multi-agent systems, which is fun. But about 20% of my work is still with humanoids, but the rest is with multi-agent stuff.
Have you talked with Jamie Lawton at AFOSR? I know he's very interested in emergent behavior.
No, I will.
Yeah. As it relates to AI, not necessarily swarming, but just emergence in general as it relates to AI systems, emergent behaviors.
So it's Jamie
Lawton. Yeah.
Cool.
And he's at the OLC with on the fourth floor.
Cool. Let's see. So we have 2 more presentations. And then after Jermont does his thing at the end, maybe if you and Laura just want to do a quick recap of yours again, for those who weren't here in the very beginning.
Sure, that's fine with me.
And then we'll post them on the website as well. And if there happens to be a discussion, the one downside about this is other people are not asking things, can't ask things verbally, so it's not working all that well.
Oh, is everybody muted? Is that?
Yeah, I can't unmute people. It's it's only the people. It's all of the regular people are like the participant people are what's it called? Are not able to speak. It's just type.
Oh, I see.
Because we have 12 attendees right now. Hi, attendees. I'm so sorry that you can't talk.
You can promote them to talk, but I think you have to do it every single one. So you have to go into the attendees block, and then.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't know if there's a feature to do it to everybody.
Well, attendees, I apologize. Well, for the next 5 minutes, you're all going to be able to talk because I'm going to promote you to talk. And by default, your microphones will be permitted.
There's it looks like there's a way to allow oh, no, sorry, never mind.
It's,
Hey, Dan, this is Alan.
Hey, Alan. Thank you for all your questions.
No, this is a lot of great talks. Thanks for hosting everything.
You're quite welcome.
I was gonna chime in. Yeah, I was like about the Gundam that's in the hangar. I was looking really forward to that.
Isn't it cool?
Yeah, and the fact it's not just a light show.
So Mark Tilden, he worked on he had something to do with that Gundam that had the light show, and it was telling me about it, and so I visited it back in 2012 or something like that. And I'm like, Mark, I see your robot, and I sent him a video, and it's playing Christmas music. That's what they did.
But I think there's like a national level type of support for something like that because the anime culture is so strong here. That's a very, very strong IP. I mean, if they built like a Starship Yamato, that would be cool. I guess on the US side, it'd be like if we wanted to build the Starship Enterprise for real. I think people would get on board with that.
That would be awesome.
Right? Or I guess the Iron Man suit. That's something that's got a strong IP. Then people I think would actually be excited. It'd be kind of like the moon landing in a way, right?
Yeah, especially if it actually worked, like as in fully worked. But having the arms and legs move at that scale is still a step. No pun intended. Actually, pun intended. I lied. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm going to keep all your talking permitted on, guys, because I'm pretty sure you're all trustworthy not to talk during their speeches. Yeah, so just to keep on schedule, we'll start in 2 minutes. So for those who live in Japan right now, what are your thoughts on if the Olympics will happen next year or not?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I think it probably will, because I don't know that there's a backup plan at this point.
And so hopefully COVID, is reduced enough by then. The amusing thing, Murphy's Law thing about this is that I love the idea that they were doing for all the athletes and their housing. Everything was made out of cardboard, which is, could be perfectly fine used for, for limited periods of time, but then very easily recyclable and relatively inexpensive. But obviously it won't last a year in storage. And the one time that the furniture does need to last a year in storage is when they're doing an ultra recyclable method.
I think they actually use some of the temporary bedding for people that couldn't leave the airport at Narita.
Oh, that's
so
great.
They deployed some. I think it was the cardboard ones. I'm not exactly sure.
Well, that would make perfect sense because it was literally already made. So yeah, okay. So it is now 12:30. So Ben, do you want to introduce our next speaker?
Yes. Is our next speaker on? Yes, I see. Okay. All right. Yes, I'd like to. Can you hear me? Is my?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, great. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Mari Belanaki. She's a professor of social robotics at the University of New South Wales in Sydney. She's the founder and director of the Creative Robotics Lab and the founder and the director of the new National Facility for Human-Robot Interaction Research. It's a very unique and fascinating facility for developing and evaluating human-robot interaction. Mari is widely known for her robots in interactive installations that have been exhibited worldwide in museums, including the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, the National Art Museum in Beijing, and many, many others. Her approach to social robotics has been informed by aesthetics and design principles that stem from the theory and practice of interactive media art. She's made significant contributions in the areas of social robotics, media art, and human machine interface design, and these contributions have been recognized widely. So please welcome Dr. Mari Belanaki.
Hello, this is Mari Belanaki, broadcasting, not live, from the National Facility for Human-Robot Interaction Research here in Sydney, Australia. Today I would like to share with you a maybe possible approach of how we could improve trust and engagement in human-robot interaction research. Until a few years ago, most of us, when we were referring to trust, we would consider performance and reliability in a system. And I would specifically, when it comes to robots, if I would, for example, assess a task successful if out of 100 times that a robot would perform a task, let's say 98 times would be successful, completed, and the 2 times that the robot missed to complete the task, I would have a very clear understanding of why that happened. When I think about systems and trust, the first thing that comes to my mind is the theory of Jean-Louis Potry, the theory of the ideological apparatus. It's an early 20th century film theory, and why it's relevant to us, it's because he talks about the ideological system of the apparatus as a system that comprises of 2 things. And that's an analogy for cinema. For the spectators, in our case, the interactants, the users, to be engaged and absorbed with the screen, with what's in the screen, two elements need to work, to function. The first one is the technological apparatus, the projector, the technology, the sound source. And the second one is the ideological apparatus, the context of that projection, the narrative of that projection. What he says is, if the technological apparatus breaks, then automatically the ideological apparatus collapses as well. I think this is very relevant to us when we think about robots, about robotic agents, to create a sense of agency and a presence of a system. You need two things. The agent needs to have a very robust technological system that supports it, and an intriguing repertoire that can extend and learn of behaviors and perception in order to have this ideal mechanism. Then it's what we call the Jean-Luc Baudry theory of the ideological apparatus. This very strong connection and codependence between the supporting technology and a system that can learn and grow. Here, I would like to, in service robots, social robots, I would like you to consider three scenarios. The first one is we see a robot that gives instructions, basic navigation instructions in a space that appears to be like an office. So in this case, we require relatively low level of trust. Nothing dramatic would happen if this lady turns the wrong right or left, but still you need to trust the robot to give you the right directions, because she needs to arrive on time to her next meeting. Maybe she's a visitor, like me when I'm visiting Japan. Sometimes in corporate buildings, I have this natural tendency of getting lost. The second robot, it's a prototype service robot serving someone a meal. Yes, I would trust the robot, like fetch here someone in the background, for example, to bring me a meal that I know that someone here prepared. Again, I need to trust that the robot is not going to make a mess in my laboratory. So again, there's a level of trust. In the third scenario, we have a prototype robot holding a person, right? Lifting up a person. Now, here it's different. The trust increases dramatically, because if the robot fail, the person can have that kind of fail can lead to physical injury. So this is pretty bad. Think of these three scenarios. Let's increase the need for trust in these three scenarios. Let's assume that the first robot, it's not a robot in an office, but it's a rescue robot. Let's say we have a fire hazard, and it's a robot that needs to give instructions to people in the building, to the inhabitants of how to the residents of what's the best way to exit the building. Now, the communication and the trust of the system is critical, because it could cost someone's life. The second one, it's a robot in an environment that we're not familiar, and it's just not serve food, but prepares food. Like what we consume, what goes into our bodies, is also vital. The third one, imagine if that robot, it's not the lady, it's not a prototype robot holding a lady, but it's a robot in a hospital that needs to carry an 87-year-old injured lady, different age group, not familiar with robots, and she needs to trust the robot to carry her and take her to a different room. Now, the communication between the robots and the different users, interactants, and how we need to reconsider how these interfaces need to be designed changes the scale completely. We're moving into, I'm thinking of trust, and I'm thinking of trust now. Okay, we need performance, we need safety, we need clear instructions, we need to improve communication, and we need to trust also the robot in the near future scenarios to act as some sort of an advisory system that you need to test that could create some sort of also psychological damage or if the wrong decisions are going to take place. Thinking about the near future of a coexistence, thinking of the near future, not the future, of how we will need to live and evolve together with robots and systems. An approach of designing these systems that they could be trustworthy and interaction with them should be fluid and why not engageable, efficient, and enjoyable, and fluid. Needs to take into concern that this interaction will be long-term interaction. And this is an area that I feel that there's a big gap and no one has the solution for it, simply because no one has serious data sets about what happens when we coexist with robots, not in a testing lab environment. Yes, I coexist with my robots for many years, but that's very different in co-working, collaborating, co-inhabiting, using as the next feature Ubers with no drivers for a very, very diverse population. And different users, interchangeable users. How do we personalize these interfaces? How we design for these interfaces? And our proposal is to enhance the human experience and increase trust. It's really that we need to go back to the drawing board of how we design systems. So a multidisciplinary approach. In this case, it's not simply complementary. This is not something that we do because we tick the politically correctness button. We need different voices. We need different disciplines. It's beyond the taste or the flavor of the month. Cross-disciplinary approach. It's not complementary. It's essential. When we have a system that comprised of a human and a technological system, my humble experience is the most complex system is the human system, not the technological. Thus, when we attempt to design behaviors and learning systems for robots that they're going to interact in different roles with people, with humans, we need different disciplines from the very beginning. We need interaction art and design, we need social sciences, of course AI, of course mechatronics, and ethicists to be there at the beginning, not at the end to comment. So I think we've entered, when we talk about designing systems that increase trust, what constitutes trust and how a human, a person, a user, an interactant identifies a robot, a system as trustworthy, it's much more complex than what you, me, some of our colleagues would classify as trust based on performance and reliability in terms of running, navigation reliability, and what's the percentage of successful task completion in the given time. So for this generation of next robots, I would like to take into consideration some aspects of experiential design, some things that they need to be reevaluated. And the first one is the robot morphology. How a robot should look. The second one is coherent behavior. A behavior of a robot that it's complex, but it needs to remain constantly coherent. The third one is real-time responsiveness. Nothing is more boring and can be classified as useless than a system, than a robot that it doesn't respond in real time. When you have a gap of few seconds from a cobot to a work robot to a culture robot in a museum that you want to interact with, people lose interest if the responses is not real time. The fourth one is learning and adaptation. And again, reevaluating learning and adaptation towards involvement, how a robot needs to co-learn and involve within the environment that it operates. How should robot look like? We had all these years this kind of different proposition. Should it be like very mechanical looking, like a humanoid, like an android, like a pet, like some sort of Star Wars hero? What I think we'll all agree is the situational context is extremely important. Something that could be absolutely right and trustworthy for one occasion could be absolutely wrong and useless for another. So to me, it's beyond right and wrong. Look, it's like let's evaluate the situational context that these robots need to operate, and then decide about their morphology. How should a robot move? Now, this is something different that I think that we haven't, in terms of using movement as communication and engagement, it's not fully developed to date. It's either gestural, expressive gestural, or navigation. Up to this point, one of our biggest concerns when we're talking about how a robot moves, it wasn't how expressive this movement is, but how we improve navigation, efficiency, battery preservation. But I think now we need, for long-term interaction, we need to consider movement in a much more kind of detailed way. And the third one, how a robot should communicate. Morphology and aesthetics. Again, is a debate about representational and not representational. Would a robot that looks like a toy be more trustworthy and less threatening than something like Diamandini on the other side, that it's a humanoid robot, but it's quite tall, 1.55 meters? What would be more acceptable? Again, the situational context. I wouldn't trust a robot if I was on a special mission that looks like a toy, and if I was a child in intensive care, or if my kid was in intensive care, the kid wouldn't feel comfortable with anything bigger than something that he or she could embrace or have next to his or her bedside. Texture and materials is another thing that we need to consider. I think we still, there's a long way of, especially now with all this rapid manufacturing of new materials, that actually some of our hardware can be implemented on that. We will have, I think, in the next 5 years, much richer compositional freedom of making more interesting interfaces, not only looking interesting, but also have more computational power and more efficiency. Size, again, I'll refer to size of what we communicate with size based on situational context. Back to quality of movement, adaptation to the norms of human movement is important. Mirroring the flow of human movement is important. You trust a system that doesn't interfere with what you're doing in shared spaces. Again, I'm talking in all this experiential design, I'm talking about the near future. I'm talking about co-inhabitation, co-working, systems that we have to share environments, our work environments, our home environments, our school environments. So something that doesn't interfere and can understand how humans move and how this human movement changes. How something stops and how starts is important. Trusting a system it's also liking a system and respecting a system. The long-term trust, it's based on some sort of agency, I believe, that will create enough interest. Trust alone is not, okay, it can do this, it can move from A to B, but how it stops, how it starts, how it expresses with double quotations, this artificial awareness of being there and being able to perform, and the difference between, your phone, a dishwasher, and a robot. And again, about navigation, expressive movement, how it moves from a point to point B, not only to avoid obstacles, but who else is there, understanding and analyzing a scene. Who else is there? How to avoid without to scare? How to avoid and command presence? These are some interesting questions that I think that we would need to concentrate and work work more in depth towards. Modes of communication, effective interaction, and here we have explicit versus implicit. The majority of communication we have at the moment, it's explicit, which is speech. Of course, it's very important the robot understand, especially in critical situations, what we're trying to say, or written communication, text. There's a lot of work in touch and affective communication, but the different areas and different modalities like affective speech that we need to consider, or affective touch, a combination of the above, giving the robot more understanding about the affective state of the human, cognitive load, body language, a system that understands more about us and can respond in a way that is acceptable and respectable by us. It's a system that we'll trust. Understanding human behavior, of course, extensive testing and experimental evaluation of all these new interactive technologies is essential. Open experimentation is important, mixing these new systems under development with the public. Unless, of course, when we have confidentiality issues for very specific projects that we can. But I think there's something very important to be able to test how people respond to new robot morphologies and behaviors that they will be implemented in the near future now, even as prototypes in places, you know, not only in universities, but obviously in cultural spaces, in museums, in science museums, in part of different festivals. I think it's important even people take small taste of what is to come. Unobtrusive testing and evaluation, I think, is something I strongly believe. Again, to me, in developing trustworthy systems, you need to understand more about the people. For the ones that are familiar with our work here at the National Facility, we strongly believe in unobtrusive systems that people are not fully aware without having any wearables. That the more information we can learn about people when interact with these systems, and how in real time we can take all this information from over 220 sensors to the robot and create, even for a few hours, this power robot, that near future robot that has the ability to understand in real time, to receive in real time and process. It's not only to receive it, to make sense of the data about a person's condition, affective condition, changes in blood flow, emotional speech, how it moves in the space is extremely important. Again, for a system to learn, first we need to create a paradigm of learning and understanding some cues of what, for example, consists engagement in human-robot interaction, when this engagement ceases, when we have disbelief. These are things that they need to be properly evaluated in order to be implemented. So to recap towards engaging human-robot interaction, for human acceptance of all these technological systems, it is influenced by the following things: morphology and behavior consistent with the situational context, trust and engagement, that I think they're linked. If we're beyond task completion, engagement and understanding. System competency, absolutely very important. Intrigue and interest for long-term interaction. We don't want to confuse people, but we want to create systems that they have many layers. So there's an interest. They don't become some sort of gadgets that after a few months, when the novelty is worn out, you park them somewhere in your office or when you're in your home. A system needs to learn, adopt, and evolve. If a system can learn and adopt in its environment and evolve alongside with humans, with the humans co-inhabitants, it's a system that will never going to be trusted and will never going to be accepted. Thank you so much for your time today, and I'm happy to take questions.
Great, thank you very much. Do we have any questions? I think you guys are mostly unmuted.
I'm unmuted, yeah, and where's
Yay. Let's see if all the
my
other...
video? Okay.
Okay, can I ask a
Hi.
question? Hi, it's Xiongli from KAIST. I'm also interested in how the AI can obtain trust from the human. And so far, I'm just trying to emphasize the human likeness. Probably you mentioned a lot there. But and I have debated with other people. Some people said about the so-called uncanny valley problem. So how much human likeness AI is good to obtain their trust from human, avoiding the uncanny valley. Any idea for you?
Yeah, I very interesting. I think we all ask these questions, but to me, there's still I'm not convinced. I think what I find confusing is the human likeness. So I don't think that a robot necessarily should look like a human unless there's a specific reason for this. It depends on situation, context. But even if it's something very mechanical, I mean, my next robot is very mechanical and it does look nothing like a humanoid, or and it's unfortunate that it's not finished because of COVID-19. Because it's produced in Japan. But personally, I think we should concentrate not to look like a human, not to behave like a human, but to be able to give cues that the humans understand. My experience is the first robots I designed was the fish-bird robots. They look like wheelchairs and they were communicating by writing and printing small pieces of paper. It's been in 13 countries in a museum context, and people seem to really engage with them. We have the biggest collection of data because of they could communicate with body language and with text, and there was a narrative there, right? When I did my humanoid robot, Yamandini, I never got the same responses. So what I've learned is the behavior was more important than the appearance, and also that the humans, us, we can connect the dots. And you have so much expertise on that. So I'm really interested in what you think. What do you think about this? Connecting the dots. Sometimes we don't have to give, for example, how do you communicate something that if a machine is uncomfortable? Instead of screaming and say it's uncomfortable, it doesn't matter how it looks, even if it's the most mechanical, looking system, slowly, it depends on how it moves, then goes and face a corner. We can do so much more that suggests human behaviors that humans understand, not necessarily human behaviors. So I think where we are in terms of robot design and morphology, it's the question of the situational context, how this robot needs to look like and for what. And that's not only does it look like human or not, but personally, I think I would like to see more robots that they don't look like humans. But I have nothing against the one that looks like human. There's a space and for everything, because we're still learning. And something, I don't know if it was clear through my presentation, as I said to Dan, we had this kind of deadline to finish something, and I was so sleep deprived, and I'm watching at the video and says, oh my God, maybe. But I think what we have a shared problem. We don't have long-term interaction data, right?
Right?
So I used to be so proud of my big data collection of 600 something thousand, but it's all short-term interaction. So I think all this, the different morphologies, the different aesthetic approach and the behaviors, we try different things in an experimental environment to see what would be the right thing for what situational context. So yes, I'm afraid I don't have a straight answer for you, but I'm still asking the same questions myself. Like I don't have the answers. That's why events like this are interesting.
Yeah, I agree with the interaction is more important than how it looks like. Also, as I say, we need quite a long personal data to understand what the people want and how to explain the certain thing to the human, etc. But just you don't have big data for that. Yeah. So you're trying to collect that data right now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your interesting presentation and question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So Mari, I love that you just brought up that you take a lot of data and a lot of participants, because that's a perpetual issue with robotics right now, especially people who are less on the cognitive side and more on the robotic side. I'm going to quote from Rodney Brooks here. This was in, I want to say, the ICRA 2018 keynote that he gave. And he said, a lot of the robotics studies with humans go like 80% of the participants acted in this way towards the robot. The other 2 participants acted this way, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, testing 10 people is not that statistically significant. So, you know, even your 600 is much better, but it could be even better. Now,
it's 600,000.
Oh, 600,000.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, that being said, do you foresee a possible use of big data and crowdsourcing to get these human-robot interaction studies done at a large enough scale where it could be properly statistically significant?
So your question is, okay, my biggest problem is statistical significance for some, I always refer to this drawing board because I feel 20 years later from interfaces to robots and working with different disciplines that still, the things I was sure 10 years ago, I'm not sure anymore. So statistical significance to see some trends, yes, definitely, and implementing, especially looking at, you know, it's something about, for example, that it's very different to individual affective states or individual kind of micro looking at few people, but we can do prediction analysis of crowd behavior and who stands out and movement. Like there's so much work, like many esteemed colleagues that they do movement analysis, and I think if we could incorporate this more into robotics, it would be really interesting, other than the systems that they're looking at us. So yeah, absolutely, the statistical significance is important. The problem, I go back to that we don't have long-term for me. That's why the 600 something thousand, yes, it's impressive, but it's all very short and it's all, I would call them superficial now. You know, I was so excited a few years ago to talk about this, and I think it's very superficial because I don't think that at least with my robots or the robots of some of my esteemed colleagues that I have tested here, like Ishiguro Sensei and different robots from Japan and from different systems in the US, that we will, no one is confident of how we would if we had something like that in our home, outside the lab. And even I was preaching for years to take out the systems that you come in shared spaces, social spaces. Again, you cannot take everything, and the ones you take, it's an engagement that is interesting, but it's for maximum half an hour. So my biggest priority in terms of I would feel more confident if academia, a multidisciplinary, also what I excluded in this multidisciplinary approach is industry. I think we need to work more with industry. Yeah. And this is something like, I would focus personally to, I mean, I know my postdocs and people write papers, and it's fantastic, but to me, the last few years, I'm just trying to develop things that could be almost in a product level. Why? Because the only reason to test my research in terms of long-term interaction, it's to work with industry to become some sort of product, or in a product-like form that can be in someone's home, in someone's office, in someone's working environment for at least a couple of years. And then I would feel more confident about the size of data that we need. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think Mark Tilden showed a joking portion of his video, but was very on key when he showed the washer dryer, right?
Yeah.
Those are robots, but a lot of time went into the ergonomics and the social interaction of the human to work with this, so it's the easiest and most pleasurable for the human to do for its function. Even though they don't walk around and talk like robots do, it is an industry thing. So yeah, you're very right that business needs to get involved with this.
I would like to ask also whoever is attending, like something that is important. Like, when we talk about AI and robot, the embodiment of AI, it's something very different, because we still have this you know, Descartesian dualism. that the physical form of the robot is much, much slower, you know, the analog part of what's happening in a purely AI virtual agent. So there's always this dualism that I think this gap in the next years, one will meet the other. So we have a more balanced system. But sometimes when we talk about a robot, for me, it's like, why you need a robot? Why you need an interactant? Why you need an autonomous systems that interacts? To do what? And what is the level of engagement and interface you need to develop? Because sometimes less is more. So I used to be for more and better and more difficult, but now again, I think I would like to know how robot can learn and how robot could co-evolve with the person that it's working for or working with.
Great. We have time for about one more question, then we'll go on
Sorry, I
to
was
our
talking
next,
too much.
talk. We have time after the next talk that we can all discuss a bit more. Anyone else have a question?
I do.
I
Just really quick, I wanted to know, what does it mean to have a long-term interaction in a study? That time period would be of interest.
Hi, Laura. To me, to be brutally honest with you, I don't think we can have a long-term interaction as a study period in a lab condition. To me, it would be something that it's almost like a system that can leave the lab, and it doesn't have this kind of, you know, following, monitor, connection, and inhabits in human environment for at least a year. I mean, that's why I was saying, yes, sure, we have, even in my own lab, many robots for years, they're on most of the days. No, I think something different, not the people that they develop them. I would like to see a true robot in a product level. And I'm not referring to a vacuum cleaner, that's a very successful model, but in terms of interaction, I would at least a year of co-inhabitation.
Well, wonderful. Ben, did you want to ask
a
your question?
nursing home or in a home?
Yeah, I'm just following up on this theme. I agree. I haven't seen any real, you know, compelling studies of long-term interaction, a little bit, but I'm wondering if, you know, recent events here might open some opportunities to do this. I'm seeing, you know, with the coronavirus situation, a push to get robotics into healthcare systems. And I'm wondering if that wouldn't be an opportunity or place to at least look at longer term interactions and real, I don't know how much interaction there is, but it might be an opportunity. Have you seen any opportunities like that to partner with companies to start looking at data in more, you know, ecologically valid kind of situations like that?
At the moment, during the COVID crisis, we developed a proposal for EU funding grant. We don't know how we go with it, with a German startup, and this is about developing. They develop the robots, we develop and testing the robots, and also develop the starting of behaviors and how they move and how they approach, and some sort of for robots in hospitals. So robots also. There was a period that, in terms of the research funding, I don't know about the rest of the world, but for us in Australia, it wasn't anymore the flavor of the month. Now, all of a sudden, with COVID, there's more opportunities. We will need agents, even teleoperated. There's a lot of interest about working on robots in hospitals that initially they're teleoperated and then they learn and they develop. So somehow to start teleoperate and then learning by kind of demonstration. So yeah, I must say that's something positive about the COVID-19, that this awareness came from people that have developed different things in robotics, and now they consider the interaction part with people, because when you have a robot in a hospital or a nursing home, we have also a project with a nursing home in Sydney, that you need to, again, situational context. And I think that will be great, especially the nursing home one, because it's something that it's happening, great testing bed.
Yeah.
To monitor, and again, it's not putting the robot there. Like, we've been working with this specific nursing home for 2 years to understand what's acceptable, not only for the residents. By the way, it's a nursing home that people suffer from Alzheimer's dementia, so it's a special wing. but also from the carers and the nursing staff. And so it's a very complex exercise, but I think it's going to be new opportunities for us in robotics and COVID helped with that. I mean, it sounds like an oxymoron.
Great. Well, thank you for all your questions. We'll have more time after the next talk. We'll have a little discussion session. But now I would like to introduce Joshua Kroll. He is currently a new assistant professor at Navy Postgraduate School, so very exciting. I recently met him at NAML, which is a Navy conference on machine learning. He is a computer scientist, a self-declared hacker, I assume a white hat hacker, and a recovering physicist. He worked on a project to save the internet, which I find very exciting, by adding security, cryptography, and distributed infrastructure ideas for basically the overall internet to make the whole thing more robust. And you can look at more of this. It's called Cloudflare. But I'll let him explain the rest of his work and kind of the politics and ideas behind trust and AI. I'll be over here and let me share this screen again. This one. All right.
Hello, and thank you for joining me at this remote symposium. My name is Joshua Kroll. I'm a professor of computer science at the Naval Postgraduate School. I'm here to talk to you about some of my work about trustworthy AI, what it takes to make AI systems that are trustworthy and that we can rely on. I'm going to begin today with a little bit of what you might call observational comedy, drawing on the work of Randall Munroe, who observes, as I would, that we tolerate a good deal more failure from software and computer systems than we do from other kinds of complicated engineered systems like aircraft, buildings, cars, really anything that's not software driven. And so when we think about future trust in robotics, which is the topic of this workshop, we find that that's operationalized in a way that says that robots, as they take over the world, are more likely than not to make the world a less reliable, less coherent, less trustworthy place. And that's a problem, I would argue, because I put to you that the robot apocalypse has actually already happened. Now, we know this not because the world looks like this. If the world looked like this, we would be having quite a different workshop today than the one that we're having, but rather because the world looks like this. So we've taken the world and we've automated it. We've reduced the operation of the world in many cases to a set of rules operated by machines or systems that include people, and those systems operate the world in a way that we might consider to be trustworthy, hopefully, but often we don't, and we'll talk about why that is in a moment. Now, I came up not as an AI researcher, but rather as an information security researcher. And in information security, when we say trust, it's a bad thing. It means something different from what we would usually have it mean in our everyday parlance. So in information security, trust refers to a component, or a trusted component is a component that can violate key invariants you want to be true of your system, like say your security policy. So a trusted component can violate the security policy. That's a bad thing. We do not want our components to be trusted. We would like them to be untrusted or trustless or without the ability to break the security policy for some reason. When we talk about a trustworthy component, it's a component that we think is worthy of being in that privileged, trusted position. It's not likely to fail. It's not likely to go wrong. We can rely on it. And it's a component that works for us. Now, if you are from the UK or another country that gets its definition of trust and information security from the GCHQ, you include in the definition of trusted components not just the components that can break the security policy, but also the components that you can't verify whether they will break the security policy or not. So you sort of grow the set of trusted things a little bit. So where does this crazy definition come from? Well, it comes, once you have established the trustworthiness of your system, you can put a little kite mark on the system that says that it's trustworthy. And that sounds like a great idea. Verification, validation are good things until you realize that anyone can download a picture of the kite mark and just stick it in their slide deck. So where does this crazy definition of trust that's so different from the way that we use trust in our everyday language come from? Well, it comes from this orange book, which is known in the information security as the Orange Book. The Orange Book is the Department of Defense's Trusted Computer System Evaluation Criteria, the TCSEC. The Orange Book is a standard for evaluating the security of computer systems, which was promulgated by the Department of Defense and the National Security Agency in the 1980s. It's since been replaced by a different international standard called the Common Criteria, but which similarly defines the concept of a trusted computing base, or all of the trusted components in an information system added together, all of the components in an information system that you rely on for your security. And so you have to rely on those components either because you believe that they can violate the security policy or because you can't verify whether or not they will violate the security policy. So that's obviously not the only definition of trust and trustworthiness you might care to think about, right? We're in this workshop about trust in robotics, where we consider trust to be a good thing, a desirable thing, something we want to have, which is different from the definition in information security. So we need to find another definition. So another definition that comes to us from political science is the idea of trust as a relationship between an individual and another individual or an institution, some other entity, whereby the first individual makes herself vulnerable to the second entity. And you might look at that and you might say, well, Josh, you've just defined trust in the same way as that problematic information security definition. I put to you that political scientists mean something different when they say trust in important ways. So first, trust in political science can be to a certain degree, right? You can trust someone a little bit, you can trust them a lot. Trust can also be negative in valence, right? You can distrust an entity. So you can say this entity has characteristics that make me not want to trust it. And that can also be to a certain degree. You can distrust an entity a little bit, you can distrust an entity a lot. When we talk about trustworthiness in that context, it can exist in a world where we don't even have a call for trust, where we believe that if an entity were called upon to be trusted, it would have the characteristics that assure those who are meant to trust it that it's not going to betray that trust. And so what do those characteristics look like? They're things like commitments to act in the interest of the truster, or having competence in the domain over which trust is being given. And so here we find a definition of trust and trustworthiness which feels a little bit more like maybe what we're looking for AI systems, robotic systems, autonomous systems, any kind of automation. Now, automation can take a variety of forms. One form I will argue to you of automation that is important is bureaucracy. So when we think about a bureaucracy, it provides some kind of function. That function is provided through a mix of humans and machines, computers, mechanical devices, filing systems, paperwork systems, together comprising the function of the bureaucracy. Now, as a user of the bureaucracy, as someone who interacts with the bureaucracy, we don't really care exactly how that function is carried out. We just care that the function is carried out and that the function is carried out properly. And so when we think about trustworthiness of automation, we should think of it like the trustworthiness of a bureaucracy, not the trustworthiness of a particular piece of technology. Now, of course, at this moment in history, more and more of the function of a bureaucracy is being handled through a computer or through a software system or through some sort of machinery rather than through the operation of humans who have the capacity to interpret rules as they apply them. The software system is just going to apply the rules as they have been created. And so when we sort of back up and try to find a definition, working definition for automation, as I've hinted, automation is what happens when we take a process and break it down according to a set of established rules and operate it according to those rules. When we think of the set of rules that define a process, as engineers, we usually refer to that set of rules as a specification for the process. Specifications can be explicit. We can write them down. In computing, we have the notion of specification languages, which are formal languages for writing down specifications. And in many cases, the programming language that we write our software in is itself a formal, explicit specification of our system and its behavior. But not all systems have an explicit specification. Many systems have an implicit specification, one which is defined simply by the behavior of the system. And that specification could be implicit because no one bothered to write down the explicit specification, or because the specification would have been too complicated to figure out and actually articulate. Lots of real human bureaucracies work that way. Or a system could have an implicit specification because we've used a technology like an expert system or a machine learning technology to discover the specification from data without actually writing it down and deducing it in the way that we would with traditional software. But whether a specification is implicit or explicit, specifications can be simple or they can be highly complex. So the rules that we apply can be very simple, right? A common rule in the United States is that if you are over 16 years of age, you can apply for a driver's license, and if you are under 16 years of age, you cannot, or you must apply for something else like a driving permit, which has restrictions on it. And you could have a more complicated set of rules, like the set of rules that come from a tax authority about exactly how tax forms should be prepared. Those rules are much more complicated. They deal with many more cases, but fundamentally they're still rules. Once we have a set of rules in a specification, we can implement that specification in many different ways. We can implement that specification in software, as we do when we write traditional software programs, or when we think about AI or autonomous systems. We're often talking about the implementation of a specification in software. We can also think about implementing specifications mechanically. So lots of early examples of automation are mechanical automation, right? The use of looms to automate the work of human weavers, the use of autopilots to take away the repetitive and boring parts of operating an airplane and give them over to a machine, leaving the pilot in a more kind of strategic course-setting position rather than a tactical position of figuring out exactly how to operate every control surface all the time. But another way that we can operate a specification or implement a specification is through groups of people. So I mentioned bureaucracies, but also the word computer originally did not refer to a calculating machine, whether that machine be electronic or mechanical. It referred to teams of people who did calculations according to a set of rules, and those teams of people could produce, often at very high speed, higher speed than, say, an individual person could do those calculations, and maybe at a higher reliability than an individual person could do those calculations. Things like decryptions of codes, coded message intercepts during wartime, tables of logarithms used for navigation at sea, other kinds of navigational or ballistics tables that are used for all sorts of applications. So the idea of computers comes from this notion of groups of people who do computations, and not of machines that do computations. And that's an important lesson, because automation in general is something that works in tandem with humans. When we say that some process is fully automated, we mean it's been fully reduced to rules, not that all of those rules are implemented in a machine, whether that machine be mechanical or software. That notion is important because we do not have very many cases where there is no human anywhere in the operation of the overall system, right? Somewhere there is almost always a human, at least at a very abstract level. So when we think about what does it mean to say that a piece of automation is trustworthy, we have to ask, why don't we have trustworthy automation? What goes wrong when we automate processes, when we break down processes according to rules? Well, I will argue that there's a fundamental problem with organizing processes according to rules that we can't get away from. And that problem is that when we set out our goals, our policy choices, our laws, our values, we specify them at various levels of abstraction. And at no point do we specify them at a level of abstraction that is detailed enough or specific enough to be an implementable system requirement. But as engineers, when we want to go build a piece of software or a machine that does something, we need those implementable requirements. We often need mathematically precise invariants that we can say this is how the machine is supposed to work, this is what it is supposed to do, these are the performance characteristics of the machine. So there's some tension there, right? The desire of how we build the machine is quite a bit more loosely defined than how we actually need to build the machine. And so a big part of the design of any engineered system is making those requirements specific enough to actually work with them. And in that process, we are often taught as engineers that we must specify everything. If we can't specify it, we can't build it, so we should eliminate any ambiguity in the specification. We should specify everything. We should dial everything down to the level of detail such that we can actually implement it. I put to you, though, that there is virtue in not doing that. There are lots of reasons why we might prefer to leave some parts of the system open to interpretation. Why would we want to do that? Well, one reason is that it's sometimes useful to be vague, and it's sometimes good to be vague intentionally. And in lots of systems that we interact with every day, there is lots of vagueness, and that vagueness is good. And in many cases, that vagueness is there on purpose. Why would vagueness be there on purpose? Well, maybe we want to negotiate what a rule in a system actually means, and maybe we want to defer that decision about what a rule means until some later time than we would have written the actual rule, so that we have some more facts about what's happening on the ground, and we can define the rule in light of those facts. Or maybe one organization, like a legislature, which writes the text of a rule, would like to defer to a more expert organization, like a regulatory agency, to actually operationalize that rule in a way that it can be enforced. Or maybe we want to defer the enforcement of a rule to an actual law enforcement agency or some other kind of an enforcement tool where the operationalized meaning of the rule is something that comes through a process of discretion as time goes on. Second, the concepts that we are trying to serve with these rules can be contested, meaning that you and I and other stakeholders might have different views about what the system ought to do and how the system ought to work. And some concepts are so contested that they are what are said to be essentially contested. So the idea of an essentially contested concept is a 20th century philosophy idea. It comes out of the 1950s from a philosopher called William Gailey. Professor Gailey notes to us that some concepts, simply by their very nature, by discussing them, by raising them, you have also raised the contested nature of the concept simply by mentioning the concept. So a good example of this is art, right? If we all sat down and tried to write a rule which took every object in the world and categorized it as either art or not art, we would all write down different sets of rules for doing this. And by nature of this, we would categorize, some of us would categorize certain objects as art and certain objects as not art in different ways to each other. And so the term art, we all agree exists. It's a well-defined concept that we agree is out there. Exactly how we operationalize what is and is not art is something that is going to be subject to some contestation, and simply by saying art, we call forward that contestation. And so the nature of art is essentially contested. It is contested by its very nature. Finally, we might consider some flexibility or interpretive space around rules to be important. I mentioned enforcement discretion a moment ago. There's also a notion in the law that criteria for decision making can be expressed not just through rules, but through more interpretive considerations. So those interpretive considerations are sometimes called standards and sometimes called principles based on how abstract they are. So in the sort of theory or philosophy of law, when we talk about what a rule is something that doesn't require any interpretation. If you have a rule and you have a set of facts, you can apply the rule to the set of facts and you get a uniquely determined outcome. You might think of this as looking or sounding like a function in a programming language, right? You have inputs to the function and it takes those inputs, and those inputs determine uniquely an outcome. So a rule can be contested based on what the inputs are, what the set of facts are, but once you've established the facts, you can apply the rule. And some rules, it's very easy to establish what the facts are. So a rule that is in the United States Constitution, for example, is that you must be at least 35 years old to become president. It's very easy to see which side of this rule you're on. Either on Inauguration Day, you are 35 and you can become president, or you are not yet 35 and you cannot become president. So that is a very clear answer to a very specific question, and it's very easy to determine the input to that rule, and then from the input to that rule, the output of that rule. At a more abstract level, you have what are called standards. Standards are flexible and interpretive versions of rules. They are mandatory considerations. You must still consider them. But there's some discretion available in application. And that discretion comes in the form of balancing countervailing concerns or allowing mitigating circumstances to create exceptions to the rule. And that's more than just the discretion of when you apply the rule or don't apply the rule. But unlike a rule which can be automated in a machine, a standard requires a decision maker in order to apply because it has a kind of necessarily interpretive component. So a version of the example rule that I gave as a standard might be something like, you must be sufficiently mature to become president. So a decision maker would look at this standard and look at the meaning of the words in this standard and maybe some other guidance around the standard and try to figure out, is someone sufficiently mature to become president? And again, someone might be younger than 35 but mature enough to be president, or older than 35 and not mature enough to become president. And so a decision maker would have to make that decision. And you can think about pluses and minuses to formulating this criterion for a decision about who should and shouldn't be allowed to be president as a standard versus a rule. Finally, the most abstract notion of a decision consideration is a principle. So a principle is an open-ended version of a standard. Instead of giving you a closed-ended view of what are the concerns you must trade off against each other to operationalize or interpret the standard and apply it, a principle gives you no guidance. It just says, here is a consideration that you must take into account. Those are things like no citizen is above the law, or no one should profit from their own misdeeds. No one should profit from their own misdeeds was a principle that was used in a classical legal case in the 19th century in the United States to overturn a statute of wills in a situation where the statute as written would have allowed a murderer to inherit from their victim. And so the court argued that because criminals should not profit from their misdeeds, that the consideration of the principle should be weighed against the existence of the rule in the statute. And that gave the court a way of saying, we're going to overturn the statute in this particular case. And so that's, again, even more interpretive than a standard, because it doesn't tell you exactly how to operationalize the standard. A second thing to note is that, like Soylent Green, all of these automated systems are made of people. And when we say that the system includes people, we have to view the system in light of human factors. So I like to say that AI, in general, looks more like an autopilot than it looks like commander data. So we might really want to build commander data, but what we're going to build, at least in the near-term future, are autopilots. And the problem with autopilots is something called the automation paradox, or the notion of automation dependency. As we automate more and more of a system, humans become more and more important to the supervision of that system, often because there are fewer humans who are responsible for more output, right? If we think of the container shipping example from before, there are fewer humans moving more stuff. And yet, at the same time, those humans are less experienced with the details of the system and less prepared for that management responsibility. And so you see examples like this. In 2009, Air France Flight 447 crashed, disappeared into the night, into the Atlantic, as it turned out. And the reason that it disappeared into the Atlantic is that a straightforward mechanical failure, the icing over of the airspeed sensor, the pitot tube on the front of the airplane, which the pilots should have been able to fly despite, caused the plane to drop itself out of autopilot, give control back to the human operators. And because the human operators were not super familiar with how to fly the plane in a manual mode, they spent 6 minutes trying to figure out how to get out of a stall before ultimately crashing the plane into the Atlantic Ocean and killing everyone on board. And so when we think about what we should do about this, when we think about how do we build trustworthy technology, we need to start by saying that we need to frame the right problem and we need to solve that problem in the right way. And when we say the right way, we mean that sometimes problems have some interpretive space in them, and we shouldn't try to squeeze out all of that interpretive space into a specification. That is, we should leave some part of the problem for humans, and we should think about the human factors aspect of what we leave for humans. And as a last point, whenever we design these systems or evaluate these systems, we do so using data. Whether that data happens because we're using machine learning or some sort of data analytics, or whether we're simply using performance data to decide whether a design is or is not fit for purpose, we're trained often to think of data as, not trained, but we often have a tendency to think of data as a perfect and objective representation of the world, right? That data-driven decision-making is better because the data represent the world, and if we make decisions based on the data, we're going to do a better job. But actually, data don't represent the world. They're not the truth. They are developed from some sort of measurement process. So my undergraduate degree is in a physical science. In the physical sciences, you spend a lot of your time in lab, calibrating your machines, measuring your machines, figuring out what the quirks of your machines are, whether they actually are giving you the readouts that you intend to have. And once you correct your data for the quirks of the machine, you can actually look at the physical phenomena, the real world phenomena that you care about. But prior to that, there's too much noise from the apparatus, from the measurement process. And so when we look at data in the context of automation, we need to think about what is the measurement process that deals with generating that data. Are those data biased? Are those data representative of the world in the right way? Were they pre-processed in a way that changes what they represent about the world? And only then can we use them to explain the world or predict things about the world. Second, when we think about building trustworthy technology, we should produce evidence that the technology is trustworthy. And that evidence needs to be produced at the right time, and it needs to be produced for the right consumer. So the evidence that you would give to the developer of such a system versus the operator of such a system versus a user who just kind of is subject to the system, say someone who receives a credit score, who receives a service from the bureaucracy, those people all require different kinds of evidence that the system is working right. Sometimes that evidence might be in the form of an audit done by an oversight entity, an inspector general, or the Government Accountability Office, or some sort of law enforcement entity that does that kind of oversight. And the evidence that you would need to give to that kind of oversight entity might be yet different. And some of that is going to be based on the design of the system. Some of that is going to be post-deployment. But importantly, when these assessment and audit systems are functioning, we do not think about the trust of the system, right? We do not worry that the buildings that we go into are going to fall on us because we believe that the building codes and the architectural review that goes into the construction of those buildings makes them sound. We fly on commercial airliners because we believe that they are operated by competent professionals, and we can rely on the competence of those professionals and the competence of the entire system that keeps the plane from falling out of the sky. Even though planes do occasionally fall out of the sky, we train the professionals who operate those planes on those failures, on those failure modes, to improve their capabilities. Finally, there are many advanced tools that we could use to get better performance or better trust out of these systems. And those tools are indeed helpful, and we should use them when they're helpful. But when they are not helpful, or when they are more complicated, when they add complexity to the problem of establishing trust, maybe we should avoid them. Maybe complicated tools for verification or abstraction can help us establish trust in the system, but maybe they just add to the trustworthiness problem in the first place. And so, in addition to thinking about trustworthy technology, I hope by now I've convinced you that we need to think about the trustworthiness of entire systems, systems including people and organizations and the technology as it's situated in the world. And when we think about building trustworthy systems, we need to think about the relationship between the technology and the humans who are making use of it. So that's a human factors problem, and it suffers from this automation paradox issue or automation dependency. And so when we think about whether a system is suffering human error, we might say that human error can be mitigated by building a better interface for the humans so they understand better what the system is doing. And that can be an approach to improving the trustworthiness of the system, or the extent to which the system automates the capacity, or augments the capacity of the human, and is supportive of the human. Again, autopilot is a great example of that, right? It does boring things that humans are not good at. There are lots of tasks that machines are better at than humans, and maybe we should leave those tasks for the machines and leave the tasks that humans are good at for the humans, but also make sure that the humans are capable of managing the machines within the failure parameters of the machine. Second, as I noted just a moment ago, when we think about entire systems, we have to not only fit the technology into in with the human operators, we have to fit it into organizations and indeed entire societies. And so that requires some sort of governance, policies, oversight, and assessment and audit that's done by various parties through the system. So if we continue to analogize these systems to bureaucracy, we don't expect bureaucracy to work properly without governance and oversight. So why should automation or AI work without appropriate governance and oversight? So to me, that means that building accountability into these systems is a design goal. So I'm part of the Department of Defense, the U.S. Department of Defense. We have recently adopted a set of AI ethics principles that define our policy for using autonomous systems. One of those 5 principles is the principle of traceability, that the operation of autonomous systems should be traceable. I think that is closely related to this idea that accountability is and should be a design goal for autonomous systems. And then finally, it should be no surprise to you that I think it's important that we assess entire systems, not just isolated components. So when we think about components, we have to situate them in their context of use when we assess them. And that's the only way we're going to make sense of their performance. And just to drive the point home, I want to talk for a moment about accountability, because I think it's the most important of these design goals. At the simplest level, accountability refers to accounting for a system, keeping records of what it does. And at a more abstract level, we want to tie those records to consequences for the entities responsible for those actions. Those entities can be individuals, they can be institutions, but it is those entities that are responsible, not the machines that are responsible, because the machines ultimately do what the entities have designed them to do and what the entities have operated them to do. At the most abstract level, when people talk about accountability in automated systems, they mean something like those systems act in a way or behave in a way that is respectful of existing political, social, and legal norms and human values. And here again, we encounter that specification problem, right? Something like fairness or discrimination, if you're concerned sort of more concretely about bias in a system. Trying to actually specify all of that out or decide when bias is acceptable or when it's not acceptable is actually quite challenging and might require some interpretation and the position of a decision maker within the structure of a system. And in particular, we might position that decision maker in an oversight capacity or review capacity where they can draw the line between acceptable and unacceptable behavior ex post rather than by trying to specify it ex ante. And so when we think about human values or goals for a system, those are ideals. Things like trust are ideals. We can't maybe necessarily achieve them. But designing around this notion of accountability, that's something concrete that we can actually do. And so as an example of that, I want to talk about this ballot box from the 1-0-2017 Catalan independence referendum. The Constitutional Court of Spain decided that this referendum that the Catalan Parliament decided it was going to have about whether Catalonia should be independent from Spain, the Constitutional Court of Spain determined that this referendum was illegal and ordered the police to try to stop it. So in order to make it possible to hold the referendum in this environment, the operators of the election decided to design the system so that it could, not that the ballot boxes couldn't be stolen by the police, but rather that when the police came to steal the ballot boxes, that it would be possible, it would be a pain for them, it would be possible to videotape them on cell phones, to have news crews videotape them, and then these videos became an important part of the political fallout of the independence referendum. And from the view of what happened on this day in this referendum, it was observers were able to determine that, for example, it did not meet the standards of a free and fair election, but also it increased the political support globally for the cause of Catalan independence. And without taking a position on that cause, we can certainly say that this is by far the best example of protecting an election with a blockchain. And so with that poorly constructed pun, I will thank you for staying all the way to the end of the talk, and I will be happy to answer any questions or correspond with you on these topics. You can reach me at jkroll, that's JKROLL, at nps.edu. Always happy to take correspondence on this topic. Thank you very much, and I appreciate again your staying this long, and I will be available for questions for some period of time after the talk. Thank you.
I love his talks because, yes, that is the best example of a blockchain. Thank you, Joshua. Let me make sure you can be unmuted. Can you unmute yourself?
I did unmute myself.
Man, I just absolutely love your talk. I'm going to jump the gun and go before everybody else because, well, I have all the buttons here. So you mentioned that, accountability is the most important aspect, for design, one of the most important design aspects for AI, which I totally agree with. But you say that the people who make those behaviors or those are why the robot did that action, they should be the one held accountable. But because these systems are so highly integrated, where does it stop? Does it stop at the sensor? Does it stop at the compute unit? Do you blame the silicon for making that, flipping those bits? Where does it stop?
I think the question of who is accountable in any particular situation is going to be pretty heavily situation dependent. And there are often cases where it's very hard to, as you say, assign accountability properly. So I have a chapter coming out in this month in what's called the Oxford Handbook of the Ethics of AI about accountability. And the example I use there is the example of the Ariane 5 maiden flight. The Ariane 5 was a launch vehicle used by the European Space Agency, heavy lift vehicle. The first and second and I think third flights all exploded on launch. But the first flight was approximately traced to an unprotected software exception in a numerical regime subroutine, and ultimately the inquiry board didn't find any one function on the development team responsible for that failure, even though you might say if it's approximately an unprotected cast in a subroutine, maybe the programmers should be accountable. But actually other things happened in that situation. The software had been ported from the Ariane 4 without a real test environment for the hardware on the Ariane 5, which was different. Decisions made about which handlers in the subroutine or which registers to provide handlers for, exception handlers for, were made for the Ariane 4, which had less memory than the Ariane 5's controller. So, you could say, well, maybe it's a program management issue. There should have been more testing, or they should have taken the time to invest in a test environment. But the routine that crashed actually wasn't even necessary in flight. It was a routine for keeping the rocket pointing up when it was on the ground. They decided to let that routine continue to run for 60 seconds after launch in case they had a momentary launch delay, figuring that they didn't have to solve the problem of how do you keep the guidance on the rocket correct if there's a momentary launch delay, because we're just keep running the guidance computer after launch. And after launch, we don't need this thing and it can't do any harm except that it blew the rocket up. You could say, well, maybe there's a design problem there that, we should really have, gone into this problem and figured out an actual solution instead of pulling a kind of half-assed solution from the previous generation of launcher. The question of who's held accountable in any particular point, I don't think I said that it should be the creators of the software. I think I tend to see these tools as integrated into organizations, and so it's very much about who's using them and what the use is for. And I think in practice, you see that being a particular challenge, especially for vendors, and you see this in the last couple of weeks with vendors of face recognition systems, that many large vendors of face recognition systems have backed off of selling those systems either to police departments or in general. And the reason for that is that they don't want to be in the line of accountability for those systems. And you might say, well, the police department should be responsible for the system, not Amazon. But how do you where do you draw that line? The police department doesn't make the system. If the system is bogus and the police department relies on it anyway. So this is kind of the conundrum that we're in, right? Is how do we establish reliability for these tools? And I think the answer has to be somewhat contextual. It has to look like reliability, right? Like we have ways of dealing with this for other kinds of objects, right? Planes or cars or guns, right? In the DoD, missiles, right? If they explode, is that a friendly fire accident? Is that some sort of operational problem? Is that a problem that gets traced back to the manufacturer? And you kind of build structures around and try to do the best you can, but ultimately it's that governance, that life cycle that matters.
Yeah, so it's interesting how, especially with the facial recognition stuff, how you say that they're pulling back because they don't want to be in the chain of blame. Whereas with a human, if a human does something wrong, it's the human's fault. It's not their parents' fault for raising them, you know, nature versus nurture. But one could argue that those who develop these autonomous systems, that's part of their nature or their nurture, either one. So if they're going to be held accountable, why aren't our parents held accountable if we do something wrong? Which obviously that's an absurd comment, right? They shouldn't be held accountable. They're their own being. So would it be proper to argue that the ones accountable are the ones directly related to the incident, such as if an Amazon robot decides to mow over your mailbox, then it's just Amazon's fault. They can't blame it on anyone else. It's Amazon's fault, and it's the head of Amazon's fault because they're the leader of Amazon. No one else's, just them.
Yeah, so I think that that point that you made about agency is the key part of this, right? Like as you look into ideas in moral philosophy about responsibility, right? So one of the other things that I do in this accountability chapter is I give a kind of tiered view of accountability, and I think there was a slide to that effect in the presentation, sort of starting from this idea of accounting. Keeping records of what the system does, and then building that up into responsibility, and then building that up into some kind of notion that the whole system, including the assignments of responsibility, support, you know, whatever good things you want in the world. And that framework comes very much out of work by Helen Nissenbaum from the mid-1990s. Paper called Accountability in a Computerized Society is not a long read, but a very useful read. Her example there is not the Ariane accident, which would have been contemporary, but another software accident, the Thurac 25 accidents, which were about these software-controlled radiation machines that had some bugs and killed people by overexposing them to radiation. Again, in the Thurac accidents, there was some combination of software problems and operator problems, right? The operators had been told that the machine had a software kind of governor on it, and it couldn't possibly administer too much radiation. And so when the patient said, "Oh, you know, it's burning me," the operators discounted this feedback because they felt like it won't, it doesn't do that. It can't do that. That's what the manual says. Even when reports came back to the manufacturer, it took quite a long time for them to be taken seriously. Like there had to be quite a pattern of accidents before that became something that was taken at face value. So I guess all of that is to say that it's the moral agency that is important in terms of understanding who should be culpable, right? Because that's, and I'm not a moral philosopher, but my understanding roughly is that there's almost a kind of counterfactual culpability, right? That you would have had to make a choice which would have led to a different outcome in order to be morally culpable for something. And that requires agency, and that gives you some tool for bounding that agency, but it's still very hard, and you still have this many hands problem, right? Where different people touching the system can, you think about this face recognition and police department problem, right? Like the police department may not have created the system, but they did decide that it was useful to them for whatever purpose they were using it for. You can see a big difference between a system that's used, say, on a drone to attack someone or follow someone or tell you someone's location at a particular time versus a system that shows an investigator, hey, here are 3 people you should follow up with in your investigation. And then obviously some of the governance around that, like who gets on those lists, what
photos are being presented? What is the investigator allowed to or not allowed to do with that information? Is the drone just telling you where someone is, or is it actually going to blow them up? These are all questions that matter a lot in the structure of how wide the circle of culpability is, a term that I just made up.
I like that term. And you bring up, how you get on that list. Now, I can't speak for other countries, but at least in the US, we have a basic expectation of privacy. But there are some companies that scrape all the photos online, social media, etc. And even if you limit it to your friends, they do deceptive techniques to get those photos of you and tag them, etc., which one could argue invade your privacy. But now you're in this massive database where they can sell to other places that can then track you throughout wherever you are, which is different, not quite this conversation, but will add a lot to your trust in AI, whether it's gonna give you the right results. If you if you put in, say, hey, who is this, and does it give you a false positive or false negative? Because we know what ethnic group is. The majority of facial recognition is trained on, right? White males. Is it racist? No, it's because at the time, the majority of the programmers were white males, and we tend to use what's literally in front of us, our camera. So now that's changing, but that brings up a whole nother social aspect to this. Oh.
Yeah, and I can't remember where it was, and I should know. I think it might have been at ICML. There was an interesting paper that I saw not too long ago about how face recognition and other CV systems tend to have what you might call an outgroup bias. So systems developed in the US do better on white men than they do on, say, Black men or women of any color. And systems developed in China do reasonably well on Asian faces, but maybe not so well on European faces. But I think being aware of that, and also I think that fits into this kind of governance aspect that I was talking about earlier, right? That if you pick up the system and use it, knowing that you're going to get more errors of certain kinds or maybe all kinds on certain populations that you might be applying the system to, and you still decide that it's fit for your use, that's a relevant consideration in that decision, and probably one that you want people to be somewhat transparent about. And this is why, for example, also in the US, we have this law called the Privacy Act of 1974, which one could argue is the basis of all data protection law. And what the Privacy Act of 1974 requires is something called a system of records notice. So if the federal government in the US uses an information system of any kind, they must publish a public notice of the existence of that information system and what it does and what data it uses and to whom it's applied. And you can imagine extending these things for AI systems to talk maybe more about known kinds of error. But then you could also imagine that becomes maybe like a smokescreen that you can hide behind, or a talismanic, something that people hold up and say, well, there are no problems shown on this data sheet. So that's, how could you be accusing me of having a problem? So I think it's interesting to think, what does oversight look like for these systems? And I don't think anyone knows. And
no, not yet. I did put in the chat window a last week tonight by John Oliver on facial recognition. It's an amusing and nicely cited work. It was posted a week ago. And does anyone else have questions? I hate to take up all the time here.
Okay, can I have comments and questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. So there are many interesting discussions on ethics of AI, even in Korea. And I have a Korean government, the committee working on the AI ethics. Unfortunately, majority of the members came from non-engineering community. They come from politics, law, social science, etc. And then the main thing I found that is they are mainly considering the governance of AI. They suspect AI will do something bad. They try to see the way how to govern their situations. And I said to them is basically, we engineers try to make the AI got trusted by human users. So that's quite different thing. For example, we have a car. Nobody asks AI for car. Nobody asks ethics for car. Nobody asks ethics for refrigerator. But now people ask ethics for AI. So there are differences. And majority of cases, I think we, as an engineer, we try to develop AI that has all the trustworthy component in it. That means it should be consistent, it should be capable of doing something good, it self-produce response, all kinds of things. We're trying to do that. But also that depends on how to use it, right? So if autonomous car has accident, or even the current car has accident, there are several different liability entities coming. If the car itself has a problem, then the manufacturer may be responsible. If the driver didn't do correctly, then the driver may have problem. But if the autonomous vehicle has problem, we also have 3 different responsibility coming from the manufacturer and user, and probably the other common people. Is that because the autonomous car may be developed to learn from the user or may not learn from the user. So it depends on each situation, you may come up with different things. So in that perspective, I think majority of the current question asked to the AI ethics should be asked to the human user, not to the AI itself. But if the AI itself is liable to so-called the bias of the algorithmic bias, but the data bias, I don't know how to handle it. Because if you collected data that represent the actual probability distribution of society, of course, that depends on which society and which age, which era you collected. But if you collected unbiased data and then train algorithm try to represent correct probability distribution from the data, I think that's not the problem of AI developer. Then if you want to correct it, I don't know how to correct. It may not be easy to come to the common consensus among all the people, which one is unbiased. So it's very difficult questions.
Yeah, so I think that there's a lot there, and certainly I agree with you that I talked about essentially contested concepts, and I think fairness is a classical example, maybe even one that Gailey used in his book of a concept that's essentially contested. So I think you're right that figuring out what is unbiased data is itself a very fraught problem. And also questions like, can we represent, or should we consider it to be a goal to represent the world accurately, whatever that means, in our data? I think often it's easy as an engineer to get some data from wherever it comes from, and it comes to you as a comma separated values file, and you just feed it into your model, and it has some labels on it, and you can calculate some performance statistics and an F1 score, and now you're happy because you've made these things look nice, and you can publish your ICML paper, and you say, I'm done, I've done my job. But what actually matters in terms of thinking about the ethics, I agree with exactly what you said, is that it doesn't come down to the creator or to the tool itself, right? It comes down to the use and the context and how it gets integrated into the world. So if you think about this autonomous car example is a very rich example, right? There is, I think people often talk about this idea of trolley problems, that when something has failed, which particular situation do you prefer to be in versus another particular situation? And that's obviously silly for a couple of different reasons, but I think the biggest is that the way that these tools are laid out is that what you're choosing between is really two different distributions of failures, right? Is not, I would prefer to be in the failure situation where I hit the person on the street instead of the person on the sidewalk, because the person in the street was illegally not supposed to be there. Right. The question, I think, is at what rate do you hit people at all, and how can you drive that rate as small as possible? And the particulars of the way those accidents look in a world of all self-driving cars, in a world where there are some self-driving cars and some human-operated cars, or in a world of all human-operated cars, those distributions are going to be very different. And also the way that we build cities and build streets really affects the way that those distributions work, right? So the safety of people in cars has not just to do with the safety of the cars or the safety of the amount of training the drivers have or the wakefulness of the drivers, but things like the use of breakaway fastenings for signs and bollards and other kinds of obstacles that a car might hit, so that if a car does go off the road, that it actually doesn't end up wrapped around a traffic light that's too hard for it to knock over. Right, it's possible to actually knock these things over and then pick them back up and bolt them back onto the ground and fix them, and that makes the world a little bit softer from the perspective of an accident. So again, I think it comes back to the situated use, and I think that there's this temptation as an engineer to say, what we need to do is we need to make the tool as accurate as possible. But when you do that, or as correct as possible, when you do that, you're sort of taking as a presupposition that the requirements you were given are the requirements you should have been given, and that those are the requirements that best represent what the choices about the design space should be. And I think lots of times other disciplines, policymakers, lawyers, they have other ways of coming at that knowledge and approaching how to get that knowledge, and they have maybe a rich discussion, or you can have a rich discussion with them about how to get there. And so I think a lot of the important application and situated discussions of how to do this in a situated way will come from these kinds of interdisciplinary collaborations. So reaching out and talking to your law scholar colleagues, policymakers in your country matters a lot. I happen to be aware of, in Korea specifically, an interdisciplinary initiative run by the Seoul National University. I spoke at what I think was their first conference in 2017, and they've had a couple of others, and it's been a really interdisciplinary space with engineers and lawyers and policymakers and other kinds of people, social scientists, for example, and that's that. At least I feel like is the kind of place where you can really get deeply into these questions. And I would hope that there's that level of richness in the discussions with policymakers as well, but it's hard to know.
So So you were just mentioning making the world more robot proof with making, like for driving, having the signs be able to come down, then you put them back up so it doesn't hurt the driver or the passenger of the car. But they're the ones who choose to be in an autonomous system. There are those who don't choose to be in autonomous systems and still get injured, such as the person who got hit and killed by an Uber, about a year ago. And, according to MIT Tech Review, the autonomous system saw the human, detected it as a human, but classified it as a plastic bag, or the danger level of plastic bag, which is in the category of things I'm going to go through. So sure, you could make the environment safer for the human driver, which in this case, this benefits the human driver or the person in the autonomous system because it didn't swerve around and possibly hit a tree. But it did not benefit the person who did not choose to use an autonomous system.
Right, and I think that there's a policy trade-off here of all kinds, right? So my little town recently did an experiment where they closed 2 blocks of the main street to allow the businesses in town to have some outdoor space for tables and to give people a way to have a socially distanced dining experience that was more in person. And I thought it was very nice, and the city council resolution authorizing it framed it as a pilot study to figure out if maybe there should be a pedestrian zone in that part of the town more permanently. I happen to be in favor of this as a general matter. I thought it was much nicer that way. People complained that there was less parking, and so it got taken down. And I think this is a great loss because it's a trade-off, but it's a trade-off that, it's about power, right? Like the people who complained are older than I am, and they do value the fact that they can park right in front of the business that they're going to. I live close enough to the downtown that I don't have to park. I can walk from my house to there, and so it doesn't matter as much to me. And I'm mobile enough that it doesn't matter as much to me. But you're making a trade-off between people who would prefer the world in one organization and people who would prefer it in another organization. And I think, I don't know, I had an experience a few years ago where I went walking in a kind of suburban town in California, and it was not designed for pedestrians at all. Everything is very far apart. As a pedestrian, you feel very small. The roads are very large. Everything looks very large around you because it's designed to be seen at high speed. And so, that's an organization of the built environment that's particular to that place or that style of place in America. In other countries, right, especially in Europe and many denser cities in every country, there are a lot of pedestrian zones, and there's a lot more affordance made for pedestrians. And so, you could imagine a world, if you wanted to drive toward a world of more autonomous cars, drive's a pun there, you could imagine doing other things, right? Like right now we stripe the sides of the lanes and we drive through between the stripes. But, if we striped the middle of the lanes, it would be much easier for the autonomous cars to follow the lanes, right? You can do that with a EOS sensor.
So, okay, I mean, that's still modifying a lot of our infrastructure to, be, good for the robot. Whereas, there's states such as mine, Virginia, that has declared that autonomous systems, as long as they go below 4 miles an hour, I believe it is, can operate autonomously on the sidewalks and have all the rights of a pedestrian. And this sounds great, right, for autonomous systems, and they're wheeled. But can you think of some important group of people that this drastically has been affecting, especially at my university where there's about 30 of these delivery robots roaming around?
Well, I mean, if you were riding a bike or you were in a wheelchair, it would be quite hard to navigate around these robots.
Exactly. So the wheelchair bound people who are required, who need to use certain areas, because of the way the robots work, they just sit in those areas waiting to do something, and they block these students. And, you know, so it's these autonomous systems who don't have any ethics behind them, right? Because they're robots. Right now, robots, to my knowledge, don't have ethics. Sorry if you do, robots. I love you. So they don't know that they're causing havoc, but they are. I mean, I personally think that we need to take the human element into account when we make these laws for autonomous systems. It can't be robot centric.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that we should restripe all the roads to make it easier to build autonomous cars. I mean, the reason we build autonomous cars the way we do with computer vision is to make them fit into our existing infrastructure. My point is to say that the choices we make about the design of the infrastructure we have now afford certain kinds of things, right? You know, the suburb I mentioned is built that way because people drive large and fast cars themselves. And the reason they do that is because it's a suburb. They have to get from there to wherever they work, which is not in the suburb. And so, you know, what should be like a small access road, feeder road, is like a 6-lane highway, basically. And you know, we do isolate high-speed highways from, at least in the U.S., you know, from other streets, either in cities by elevating them, or in the country by, you know, building walls or large medians around them, but large margins around them so that they're isolated. And you know, that comes with other kinds of trade-offs, right? And this is sort of what I was driving at by saying that we should really think of automation as this problem of reducing to rules what we want to happen. And you know, what is an autonomous agent? Well, it's an agent that is operating under some set of rules, and by that definition, right, a corporation should really be considered an autonomous system as much as a robot is. And you know, by that definition, as an American, I believe contractually obligated to welcome our new robot overlords, who may have appeared, you know, 50 or 70 years ago, rather than you know, being in the future. So that's yeah, I think that's a good way to think about the organization of these systems and how they fit into broader governance questions.
Well, with that wonderful question, I'll answer with the robot overlords. I'll ask, is there any other questions you have for Dr. Kroll? Well, wonderful. If there's any other questions, please feel free to put them on the, what is this called? Slack, put it on the YouTubes, or put it on the Zoom, and we'll send them over to you. Thank you very much for your time here. I did have, Mari, are you still on?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. There was a question posted on YouTube for you, if you don't mind.
No, of course not.
So this is from Moresh. They ask, does the interaction with robots and is there a difference between virtual reality robots, VR robots, and the interaction between the physical real robots?
Okay, yes, it's a huge difference. There's a huge difference of how we perceive a three-dimensional agent, that we share the same physical space. especially if we think of a larger scale of things that they also move in the space and share the space with us versus virtual agents. To me, it's not a matter of better, it's just different. They both has a space and and value for, or it could be a combination. I think we tend to, most of us look at some sort of more combined scenarios about a physical robotic agent with a virtual presence as well, and some sort of a different connectivity with agents. But yes, at least to me, they're two very different things, and there's something different about physical things, as I said, the way they share space and our expectations to virtual.
Now it's, I believe that they made a specific statement about virtual reality robots, not just simulated robots, right? Where I totally agree. The 2D on a screen is totally different, but when you start wearing these goggles or these, the Google, not Glass, but the HoloLens, that type of stuff. What do you think those differences will be then?
Okay, that's very interesting, actually. Again, I think it's very different because it's a different perception. It's some sort of like caves, Plato, looking at this projection and being part inside the cave versus being in your everyday world that you see everything. As these technologies will develop and as we could have the actual goggles and glasses and will get better, because at the moment when we monitor, we kind of also evaluating the facility in technologies. We're interested, other than the HRI research, of how people respond physically, how tired they get, when they get dizzy, when they interact with virtual agents wearing goggles and glasses and special glasses. And at the moment we have a lot of, unless they're gamers, the majority of people get sick after a while. So we were designing this kind of, for teleoperation, we were considering to teleoperate the robots in a kind of virtual environment for the operators wearing goggles.
Yeah.
And we decided against it because even the gamers, when they were just operating a robot doing really mundane tasks, and they didn't have the engagement and the adrenaline of playing a game, they started getting sick.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, so that was a point. But I think in the near future, when all this is going to be, because these things are developing, I think it will be a really interesting question. What's the presence? Because we're gonna be almost in this post-cinematic experience. So to be seen.
Very cool. Well, thank you. I'd like to open up the floor now for just any question or discussion. I believe everyone has talk permission. If they want to bring up a topic that we can discuss for a few minutes. Else, I will have Ben and Jermont and Laura give a few more things about funding.
Yeah, Dan, I think Jermont had a few slides. We're kind of, I think we're at the, I don't know if there are rules here, but I think we're at the end of what the scheduled time that we had planned for. But
sounds good. Okay.
If we have time, it would probably be good to let Jermont get in there.
Oh yes, we do have time. The schedule is a soft time.
Ah, okay.
So let's go ahead and bring up Jermont's slides. These are them, correct?
Yep, that's it. Hello, everybody. Thanks for staying until the end. So we're going to take a little detour from the interesting science work and go to some of the programmatic work. So my office is the Asian Office of Aerospace Research and Development, and my parent office is the Air Force Office of Scientific Research in Arlington, Virginia. And I guess you can say the grandparents is Air Force Research Lab. So the Department of Defense sponsors basic research. The Army, the Navy, the Air Force all have it. And basically what my parents' office is, AFOSR, They do basic research funding as a funding agency, and they sponsor research in the United States and overseas. So you can see Laura gave a good brief about what her interest area is in robotics and trusts. I'm a chemist, and now I'm a Zoom expert, apparently. So my office is interested in all types of research, and what our focus area is Asia. So for the international offices for the Air Force, we have an office in Tokyo. That's where I'm based. We have an office in London, and we also have an office in Santiago, Chile. And as you can see on the slides here, this is kind of a quick snapshot of what AFOSR is, what they're interested in, and just some numbers. So if you can go to the next slide, we can talk a little bit about more international, and we can talk a little bit more about Asia. So my role is kind of like a science matchmaker. So what I do is I need to be aware of the research and the researchers. We engage with them in sessions like this, and we also have abilities to fund research, to fund collaborations, and just connect the researchers that are overseas with researchers that are at Air Force Research Lab, or again, our counterparts in the Navy or the Army. So if you go to the next slide, I'll just give you a brief view of what we can provide. So if I know most of the PIs are really interested in what do we do? What can we fund? It's kind of like the Jerry Maguire portion where he's shouting, "Show me the money." So this slide is kind of the money. We can give you research grants in specific areas of basic research. Again, we're targeting basic research. We can sponsor conferences, so small ones, individual ones, or we sponsor large ones, similar to something like UR. And we also have an ability to give travel support to bring you to the US to present the work that you're actually funded to do, or to go on like a science first date with military or defense researchers to see if there is an interest, to see what the folks in the technical directorates, the researchers at Air Force Research Lab, what are they interested in, and how can you help to collaborate? So that's pretty much it. Again, in a nutshell, we're a funding agency, and we are looking for proposals. We're here all week, and what I can do is I can have the other folks from my office, I think Alan and Kojima-san, they can say hi. We'll be on Slack, and we'll be on the Zoom window as well. So if you're interested, come talk to us, and then we can show you the paperwork that's necessary. Because just like Joshua's talk, we are a central bureaucracy. Gotta plug Futurama, of course. And that'll be it. So these slides should be available on Dan's website. And the one thing I did want to mention is Dan's from Naval Research Lab. So he is an actual researcher, as opposed to me. I am a program manager. So I have done research in the past, and these are not good research hands. So I am in the role of program management. So if the other Army and Navy folks can say hi. I think the Army is on there. Where thought I saw her name. Jessica, are you there? Okay, so there were some folks from our Army office that were on, but aren't on. But if the folks from AORD, if you just type in and send your information to the chat window, I think that would give everyone some information of who to contact. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jermon. So, as we went over before, so AORD can, fund international researchers to work with researchers in the US. That's specifically what their charter is to do. Same thing with ONR Global, which is, which Ben Knott is in charge of for the Tokyo branch. That covers the Asias. And then Laura, she covers AFOSR, which is the more domestic side of things, but you still need to be, the American researchers still need to be funded. So those are the topics that are really kind of interest to, in that case, the Air Force, and ONR would be for the Navy. So all these slides and the presentations will all be posted on the website shortly. You can review all of this this workshop immediately via YouTube. And if you guys have any other questions, do feel free to contact us via email or talk to us via Slack or Zoom during the rest of this workshop. So unless we have any other questions. No one else? Well, on behalf of myself, the U.S. Naval Research Laboratory, and the rest of the organizers, I'd like to say thank you very much for joining us for our workshop on trust in AI.
I would like to say thank you to Mira, who helped set up the Zoom. And I think it actually worked out really well. So thanks for all your help and your support.
Thank you, Mira.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mira, and thanks to all our speakers. To me, this was a fantastic day. It's been a long time since I've been to a conference. We've all been sort of locked down over the months, and so this was a good way to kind of virtually get out and actually hear about some good science. And so I really appreciated that. And Dan, thanks for kind of taking the lead to get this all sorted out.
My pleasure, sir. My pleasure, sir. All right. Well, thank you very much, and I guess we'll end the meeting.
All right. Fantastic.
Bye.